There's a civil war taking place in Minnesota, and guess who's making it worse?
These are not distant headlines. These were beloved community members fighting to protect their neighbors. Renee Good, a 37-year-old beloved wife, mother, community
She's just
member,
stoking the anger
be alive.
Of the mobs.
Kristi Noem's GHS must be held accountable. We cannot continue to operate as if this terror is acceptable. We cannot allow federal agency, one that was created for the purpose to terrorize,
to function as an
occupying force in our community. Real accountability starts with abolishing ICE, impeaching Kristi Noem, and rethinking how we enforce immigration policy in this country. And we cannot stop there.
Because the federal investigations she's undergoing keep getting worse.
Another major asset she listed in her financial disclosure is this winery. That was worth, according to Ilhan Omar's own financial up until yesterday.
$5 million. And someone actually went to the winery to check it out in person, and wait till you see what they found.
So let's see. This is Suite B. Again, that is the address where Ilhan Omar's winery is.
It's in here.
You can see that a different winery is here, Punchdown Cellars.
What does this note say?
E Street Crew does not make wine here. They were a client many years ago and have ceased operation. Their operating address is linked to this address like all other client wineries because of state and federal.
Why can nobody involved in any of this fraud spell correctly? We've seized operations. We've got a Leering Center. Come on.
Federal filings. So I wonder what else they have to show for it. What do you think about that?
I think they're just trying to keep as much distance between them and their business and Ilhan Omar as much as possible.
They might have kicked him out.
You guys just do a little more research before.
Well, yeah, that's what we're kind of doing right now.
Would you be so kind to tell us?
Do you know what this place is?
No, that's why we came
It's a
back here.
custom
He's angry.
place. A bunch of people use it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like renting instead of owning.
Yeah.
So,
I see.
So there's like about 40 of us in here making wine.
Yeah. We're just trying to just figure out what is really going on. We see that.
I wonder how many people have come here to visit this guy.
Because there's nothing going on here.
Yeah,
So.
cool.
The pastor told us that Punchdown Cellars makes wine for 14 different.
They don't make wine.
Or crushes.
Crush it and you hold it.
We winemakers make wine in the same facility.
Oh, cool.
So.
Which, because my family, we've been part of members of certain wineries and stuff. So is there like a high-end brand that you guys hold for or anything like that?
No, I don't own the place.
Okay.
I'm just one of the winemakers here.
Cool.
And there's a bunch of them.
He's not happy.
Under one roof.
Awesome.
That's all.
What's your winery's name?
Well, I'm not going to get into it.
Okay.
But it's not that.
Oh,
Well, yeah, obviously.
it's not that what he says. I wonder how many people this guy's had to talk to over the last 24 hours. But meanwhile, some very active businesses have been discovered, and wait till you see where they're located.
Here in Minnesota, a local realtor reached out to me. In her community alone, Somalians have bought up over 455 homes. They buy these homes, claiming they're turning these homes into home health care centers. All of a sudden, extremely nice cars start showing up. Mercedes, BMWs, the nicest cars are parked in the driveway. And she said, by law, the state will not come out and inspect these homes and make sure these homes even have clients living in these homes. She also said, as a realtor, she cannot disclose to people wanting to buy homes in this neighborhood. They're using that as a home health care center. She said these homes can even take people in who've just been released from jail, and the neighborhood does not need to know about this. But she says many of these homes do not even have clients in them.
So you buy a home, you get it licensed by the federal government to be a home health care facility. It will never get audited, and it just generates money.
So what you're going to find is we're going to prosecute, and it has nothing to do with race. We're going to prosecute because fraud was committed on a level that is so offensive to this country. Your words that don't mean anything aren't going to stop what's coming. And I want you to take that back to George Soros and all these ridiculous funders you have to try to muddle the issue. Because justice is coming. And by the way, if I have it my way, we will denaturalize all these fraudsters and send them home. Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time.
Fraud is fraud, and consequences are consequences. But let's hear the sanctuary mayor of Minneapolis tell us about consequences he doesn't like.
Impact that this Operation Metro surge by ICE is having on our communities. And we've all heard about the families.
Our communities.
We've all heard about the constitutional violations.
Oh, my goodness.
We've heard about people going hungry. And in addition to that, there's a massive impact on our small and local businesses.
Who went hungry?
Small local businesses collectively are losing between $10 and $20 million every single week. Businesses along cultural corridors are down at least 50%, and the Latino-owned businesses and Somali-owned businesses are drastically below that. Hotels have lost about $4.4 million because of cancellation.
Why would that happen?
And so for those that claim that they care about our economy and care about businesses, there is a very
What about the rioters that destroyed the
straightforward
hotels?
antidote to bring these businesses back.
Yeah, there sure is. All of the things he's complaining about are self-inflicted problems that this quote-unquote community of rioters and mobsters has inflicted upon itself. Don't believe me?
Followed by an hour-long program. It's all part of a statewide day of solidarity. Organizers promoted no work, no school, no shopping to show what they call collective economic power. They say 700 businesses committed to closing for the day, but there are also shops staying open.
Did you hear that? 700 businesses shut themselves down in protest. And you wonder why those businesses didn't make money. Like, you gotta be kidding me. And when these businesses that are losing money do have customers, watch what happens to them. Look at this. This is terrible. These are federal employees, allegedly, getting kicked out of a restaurant. Look, these are the customers that try to spend money at these businesses and the mobs attack them. This is why this taco shop doesn't have any business. This is terrible. They're cursing at them and taking their food out of their hands, knocking it on the ground. Look at all these people. That's terrible. This is wrong. Those agents are there keeping these people safe from fugitives. And look, all these people in the parking lot here, none of them are eating at the restaurant. None of them are eating at this taco place right here. They're disrupting the operations of this taco place. You can't go to a taco place in Minneapolis without getting tracked down if you're somebody that works for the federal government. They don't want your money.
It's been a week since I met with Tom Homan. Expectations have not changed. This force must leave Minnesota. The state of Minnesota and the professionals, nonpartisan judiciary must do the investigations into the shootings and other abuses of Minnesota's human rights. And this all-out assault on Minnesota across all of state government and all across life.
That's because you're all connected to the fraud.
None of this is normal. None of this is okay. None of this makes Minnesota any safer. None of this adheres to the values of this country. All it does is cause terror and trauma.
So enforcing the law in Minnesota, according to Governor Walz, is inconsistent with the values of America, and he wants ICE out of here yesterday. Well, guess what? The reason they can't leave Minneapolis is because Minneapolis isn't working with them. There is a drawdown of ICE in Minnesota, but that's because other localities have offered to work with the federal government and turn over the criminals, which is what they've been asking for this whole time.
We do not exaggerate.
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you've told your boss how to do the same thing more than once. Thought so. That's why there's Scribe. Go to scribehow.com. Click Capture. Do the task.
We do not exaggerate when we say we have schools where 2/3 of the students are afraid to go to school.
Why? That doesn't make sense.
We do not exaggerate when we say we have people who are afraid to go to the hospital because our hospitals have occupying paramilitary forces.
Why are they afraid to go to the hospital?
We do not exaggerate when we say our restaurants are shut.
Okay, you have to understand something. When you hear a speech like this, look at all of the people behind Representative Omar. None of them are afraid to be out in public because they're out in public right now. None of them are afraid to leave their homes because they've left their homes to come here and talk about how no one can leave their homes. And these are the same people out every day combating the federal government. You don't fight the federal government on the street if you're afraid of them.
Because there are not enough people to drive the employees to work and from work.
This is so ridiculous.
We do not exaggerate.
Why don't
when
you drive them? You're out
we
there.
have people who are housing other people because they are afraid to go home.
Where? In the empty homes that get paid for by the government?
And that is all happening in an American city.
Yeah, a lawless city. And the worst part about this is Representative Omar told us before ICE even showed up that none of what she's saying right now would ever be true. Listen to this.
Well, over 90% of Minnesota Somalis are citizens of this country. And so we know that some people have been questioned.
Okay.
They have been, ICE has made attempts to abduct and detain them.
Okay.
But a lot of Somalis, when Trump first got elected, decided to carry a passport ID because they knew that he wasn't only coming for people who were undocumented, that he would essentially come for immigrants who were citizens of this nation. And so a lot of them are very savvy, they're resilient, they're brilliant people who have figured out how to...
So if people just have to get their passport before they leave their home in the morning, why are we now being told 6 weeks later that everyone's terrified? These two statements don't add up at all, do they? Unless it's your goal to try and rile hordes of people up to go out there and throw themselves at the federal government so that you as a politician can benefit from the power that gives you as you resist an apparatus that is investigating you personally and wants to bring consequences down.
Teachers Union, well, she proudly admits that elected officials are in signal chats. They're being used to share information about where these federal agents are.
Really?
Listen.
The notion that people that are actively engaged in ICE Watch, in being vigilant in protecting our neighbors, in signal chat groups, running plates in their cars, doing patrols, that somehow we're ashamed of that activity, that somehow you could call our bosses or show our faces and then we would be shunned by our community. Our bosses are in the signal chats with us. Our elected officials are in the chats with us.
Wow.
And I have reached out to the mayor and governor's office to get their reaction.
Yeah, they won't
Dana.
answer. They won't answer. You know why? Because it's true. This is active resistance on the streets of an American city. Something which whistleblowers have been trying to warn us all about for decades.
My journey into uncovering fraud in Minnesota and ultimately throughout the entire United States, as it turns out, began when I started to notice very unusual changes in the Minneapolis area. Remember, I grew up there, so I know Minneapolis very well. Most notably, the enormous number of child care facilities that had opened up. I would drive around the Twin Cities, and it seemed these child care facilities were literally on every block. Some blocks had 2 or 3 child care facilities on the same block. Minnesota sees a fair amount of snow in the winter, and I began to notice, driving by these child care facilities, there were never any footprints in the snow outside these child care facilities. And I'd go by them 3, 4, 5 times a day, Monday through Friday, because my office is in the heart of where a lot of these child care facilities are. So I said, well, what's going on here with all these child care facilities? So I began to check the Minnesota Secretary of State's website to find out just who owned all these child care facilities. And what's even stranger is that every one of these facilities is located in a commercial or industrial building. No play areas, bad neighborhoods, and several of the child care facilities had signage which stated they were open either 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., Quality Leering Center, for example, or open 24 hours.
24 hours?
Who the heck brings their kid to stay overnight at a child care facility in a rough neighborhood? None of it made any sense.
That's so weird. You know, the idea that a child care facility is in some weird office that doesn't have a playground, doesn't really have any windows, is kind of far from where you might have schools or residential apartments. See, that's the big thing. You get to drive from where your home is all the way to where the factories are to bring your kids. It's like the other side of town. No one lives there. This is just strange.
The Leering misspelling was the final straw for me. That's the spark that ignited my full-on investigation. So Minnesota has 2 different child care licenses available.
Okay.
One covers 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and the other one covers 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. They're 2 very different licenses. So for a child care facility to be open 24 hours a day or even from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., they need both licenses. How many of these facilities that are open these extended hours have 2 licenses? None of them.
Weird.
0. They all have only
The
one
scammers
license.
didn't think of that. They should have called Tim
Minnesota
Walz.
Child Care supervision requirements include the following. For infant care, that's 0 to 17 months of age, you have to have 1 adult supervising for every 4 children. And max 8 in a group. For toddlers, which is 18 and 23 months of age, it requires 1 adult for every 5 children to supervise. Max 10 children in that group. For 2-year-olds, you need 1 adult for every 7 children, so max of 14 in a group. So if a child care facility was billing the state of Minnesota for 99 children, i.e. Quality Learning Center, that child care facility would need to have at least 8 employees supervising those children. These cannot be 1099 employees. They have to be W-2 employees. That means we're going to have at least 8 W-2s, and we're going to have at least 8
Yeah, where
I-9s.
is all that stuff?
So if the feds went in and checked that, what do you think they're going to find? You already know the answer.
That's what's so crazy about this. You didn't even have to go to this Quality Learning Center, the child care place that had the name spelled wrong, to verify that it was a scam. You could have just checked on the internet, but no one even did that in Minnesota. That's why there's investigations in Minnesota. It has nothing to do with where somebody's from. It has to do with criminal activity.
One issue that is often brought up is that we are unfairly targeting the Somali community. This is a fair point to be made. As one Somali gentleman exclaimed in our second video, we're not the only community that does fraud. Fraud certainly exists in every community. It was the sheer volume and the blatant nature of the Somali fraud that demanded my attention. When one facility, Mako Child Care, has another child care, mini child care, registered at the same address, but the sign still says Mako Child Care, it kind of stands out. And again, no children, no footprints in the snow, ever.
Now, the thing to understand here is what brought this gentleman to investigate these places was the fact that there were these weird signs, like he just mentioned, no footprints, all of these bizarre registrations, the wrong licenses, not enough employees. That's what started the investigation. The investigation started because there were obvious signs of fraud that everybody could see from the outside of the building and from the paperwork that the building had. And then when the investigations happened, more information was uncovered.
This is what I mean by being blatant. Misspelled signage, posted hours that require 2 licenses, no child footprints in the snow, not even one.
It's like they're not even trying.
How did we arrive at this point? Why are we having this hearing? We got here because of politicians, almost exclusively Democrats. A couple of names come to mind. Jody Harpstead, the former commissioner of the Department of Human Services, and Shireen Gandhi, the current commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Human Services. Harpstead put the whole fraud on steroids. She was steering the ship from 2019 to 2025 during the COVID-19
While
pandemic.
Tim Walz was in
This
charge.
is when the whole fraud network exploded into what we see nationally today and to what we see in my numbers, which are accurate. So now we hear that the Minnesota Department of Human Service is forging documents and backdating paperwork, all in an effort to cover up their complicity in this fraud. This is just more criminal behavior from the gang at the Minnesota Department of Human Services. It's criminal behavior.
Tim Walz is running that department.
Minneapolis was the incubator for this nationwide fraud, which we're now seeing in Maine. We're seeing it in Washington State. We're seeing it in Columbus, Ohio. It was constructed here in Minneapolis.
And that's why Tim Walz was supposed to be vice president. He was supposed to be the VP because these are fraud schemes that happened under his watch, and he'll know enough as vice president to make sure none of them ever got investigated. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
You know, I happen to think, and I've said it from the beginning, beginning that a lot of what's going on with respect to Minneapolis, with what's happening with all the hoopla, is so people don't talk about.
You think it's a distraction?
Yes, that's right. The riots taking place in Minnesota, they're a cover story for the biggest scam in American history. A scam that keeps growing as more fraud dens get raided with mountains of new evidence uncovered. But in the meantime, these sanctuary mobs are getting restless and are now turning against their leaders, who they accuse of betraying them.
I've said it from day one. It's a distraction because Minnesota, they think it's $19 billion. If they think it's $19 billion, triple it or quadruple it.
There is a far left network that is escalating its activities against the federal government. And in this network are self-described socialist
in their ears and block their way and curse them and curse their children. They're giving off sparks.
If somebody has a violent criminal history and is a fugitive, they don't want them as their neighbor. But when you're talking about a targeted operation, are you talking about targeting people whose crime is coming to this country? Or is it a more specific definition now?
If you're in the country illegally, you're never off the table.
If you were abused as a kid by a guard, counselor, or staff member of a juvie center, you may be eligible for financial compensation. Compensation has already been paid out to victims across the country. No need to face your abuser. No need to go public. It's completely confidential, and you can file anonymously in most states. Right now, legal teams are helping victims take action quietly and safely. So click the link below to see if you qualify. It's free, it's private, and it only takes a few minutes. You deserve to be heard, and you deserve to heal. So tap below right now.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform I tried in the past. I tried other work management platforms, I'm not naming names. They all suck. Monday, total opposite. It didn't just work, it's...
So, look at this. Why are rioters storming offices of Governor Walz? Why are people going after their representatives? Aren't these supposed to be their leaders? Well, these are their leaders, but what nobody's talking about is you can't stoke the anger of the brainwashed forever and not expect that to boil over and go completely haywire. And as mob violence continues to tear apart Minnesota, one thing is becoming increasingly clear. The rioters who've been told since 2015 that Trump is a danger to America, they want to see some action. They've been waiting 11 years for something to be done. But the problem is the president recently threw down the towel with the Insurrection Act, threatening a full state takeover if leaders like Governor Walz don't step in and calm things down. And this trapped Governor Walz. He's stuck because on the one hand, you've got the Insurrection Act. If federal troops come in and they suspend his ability to hide the schemes that he's allegedly been perpetuating, there's no telling what they could discover. But on the other end of the Marines, you've got the mobs who are upset that the president has forced his hand. He's now sending in his own police and his own National Guard, who these sanctuary rioters now think are helping the enemy, helping ICE and protecting those who, in fact, protect America from illegal immigrants and scammers and criminals. But that brings us to the real reason this entire state and its fraud-enabled power structure are collapsing in real time. These rioters, they don't understand that if they would just listen to their governor for a few minutes and chill out, maybe they could perpetuate their schemes and have some something to fight for in 2 or 3 years if the government of the United States changes. But no, they want to see action now. They're out of control, and they're not willing to play by the rules, which require a long game for the socialists to take over America. Oh no, they want that takeover to happen right now. And when you combine the rioters you see on the streets with hired agitators who are part of a sophisticated domestic insurgency, you've got all the ingredients you need for a powder keg to explode. So that's Governor Walz's office. The same people that he's been riling up for weeks now came to where he works and told him that he's not doing enough. These mobs, they are beyond the control of their own governor now. And here's what they're angry about.
Well, Tom Homan's a professional, which is a lot more than Bovino and Kristi Noem. But Tom Homan landed last night, and he called me last night and asked if he could have a meeting, and he was there at 9 o'clock. So, look, I think that's progress, but
I'm confused. Where's the guy who invoked the Civil War 2 weeks ago? Where's the guy that campaigned on becoming vice president along with Kamala Harris because Donald Trump was a threat to the world and world peace? Where's that guy? Where did he go? What do you mean he's out there making a deal with ICE? What do you mean he's making a deal with the enemy? That doesn't make any sense to these rioters. But it does make sense to the people controlling them.
The far-left network that helped put Alex Preddy in harm's way then made him a martyr. Azra Nomani wrote that, and she joins me now. Azra, who is in this far-left network, and who funds them?
Yes, Stu, just like you just heard from the streets of Minneapolis, there is a far-left network that is escalating its activities against the federal government. And in this network are self-described socialist, Marxist, Leninists, terms that we might not have thought we would hear today, but they are indeed on the streets. They have guides on how to track, monitor, and harass these federal agents. They have got guides on how to avoid detection and how to basically keep this strike against the U.S. in the, quote, belly of the beast to destroy the empire.
Right. So that's what's going on here. You've got agitators who have decided that this is no longer about protecting Governor Walz and Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. Oh no, this is now about taking down the entire country. And whoever's in charge of these mobs, whoever's got these people out there, whoever's got them out there, those people, they want to see more of this. They're paying for this to happen. How else could somebody be an insurrectionist full-time, tracking ICE all day long? How does that person do that unless they got money coming in for their rent and for their food? I'm sure some of that money comes from federal benefits. We're learning there are a lot of scams and schemes going on in Minnesota with people collecting welfare for running businesses that don't actually exist. But these groups and the people behind them, they're above Governor Walz. You see, Governor Walz, he and people like Governor Newsom in California and people running these other blue states that are full of fraud, they're actually foot soldiers in a larger operation, and that's why these mobs aren't answering to them in Minnesota right now.
So who funds this network?
So what's really important to know is that right after there was an escalation of their activity where they put protesters out on the streets. Who were these groups? They were people like the People's Forum, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and they put their word out through a propaganda network called Breakthrough News. All those organizations are funded by an American-born billionaire living in Shanghai named Neville Roy Singha. He's already under investigation by congressional leaders for alleged intervention and interference in the U.S. domestic politics. It's really serious business that's happening right now.
That explains it. The mobs that are out on the streets, they're answering to who pays them. Now, whenever you see a massive group of people, you've got the agitators, because these billionaires, they might have billions of dollars, but they can't pay everyone. They pay enough people to help accumulate a critical mass of the brainwashed who believe everything they see on the TV, don't ask any questions, and have been waiting 11 years for somebody to do something about the president, Donald Trump, who they think is a threat to world peace and is the worst thing to happen to world peace since World War II. That's how you get these masses of people assembled. That's how you have individuals like this gentleman who is seen on video here attacking federal agents, thinking that they're on the right side of history. That's sad. That's tragic, and that goes to show you that the organized groups behind this, they don't care what happens to anybody. They don't care what happens to Governor Walz. They don't care what happens to Ilhan Omar. They don't care what happens to the people that join their riots and think they're fighting for a just cause. No, all they care about is destroying our country.
They were able to ID me. A woman pulled up my Wikipedia page, which labeled me as a far-right activist.
Uh-oh.
And it went all downhill from there.
I don't know all these.
Oh. Wow. Meanwhile, they're the activists. These are the people that hate our country. Look, they got the upside-down American flag. They're chasing James O'Keefe.
They threw something at me, which hit the back of my Kevlar plate.
Well, at least he's bodied up. These people are violent.
My security determined this was an unsafe situation, so we retreated back to the SUV, but they continued to follow us.
Now, look, this is not peaceful. When you're marching in formation like that, going after somebody who's done nothing wrong and who's just on the street, you automatically are doing everything that you say the federal government doesn't want you to do. These are the same people that are out there saying that they're peaceful protesters. These are the same people out there that say that their friends and their neighbors are getting kidnapped when really ICE is out there doing targeted enforcement against people who snuck into the country last week and shouldn't even be here and are members of a dangerous gang. But that's how these groups operate. They create a dangerous situation, and then when there is a repercussion, they say, oh, the federal government's brutalizing us. Oh, we're just average Americans. Yeah, we're just out here all day with no job. Look, average Americans don't have time to be on the streets all day. Average Americans don't have time to track federal law enforcement and harass them at every turn. No, average Americans are going to work. Average Americans dropping their kids off at school. Average Americans are in church, okay? They're not out here on the streets in the snow as a full-time activist harassing people to cover up for fraud and schemes that are used to enrich them and keep them out there.
Those guys are feds. Yeah, the press.
This is crazy.
Our cameraman actually pulled his mask down to try to show them that we are actually press.
If I was a Fed, I wouldn't take off my mask.
Wow. They don't care. They just want to attack somebody. Look at him. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. And this guy. They got their phones. They're all masked up. Who are these people? How can they afford to be out here all day long? It's the middle of the afternoon. Why aren't they at work? Why aren't they contributing to the economy? Why aren't they making America a better place? This is crazy. The whole neighborhood's out.
We got into the vehicle and they started throwing projectiles at us.
Oh, no.
Frozen water bottles.
Yep, that's their tactic.
One hit my security.
You know why they're throwing frozen water bottles? Because if you throw frozen water bottles and they break the windows of a vehicle and that vehicle drives away, within 2 hours, that frozen water bottle is just a regular water bottle. And then what happens? The left-wing side of the media can say, oh, these guys, they're afraid of water. It's not even ice. You see, they've got these little schemes to try and hide all of their rabble-rousing. This is another element of that.
I am shooting. Shoot. I'm shooting.
Filming. Look at that frozen water bottle. That's assault, man.
We're press. Do you know what the First Amendment is?
Oh, hit him with the First Amendment.
Do you support the First Amendment?
Good question. Look at him.
Do you support the
Look at
First
him, all
Amendment?
masked
Yes
up.
or no? You guys are yelling and throwing things. We're not doing nothing. You just assaulted us. We're press. We are. We're trying.
Right, this is crazy. They don't believe in the First Amendment.
No problem, bro. I got you. Hey, it's just everywhere. Look, turn around.
Look, if you've got this type of disorder on the streets of America, you don't have a city anymore. That city is now a lawless no-go zone, and it's that way to protect who? To protect people who shouldn't be in America, who came in without permission, break our laws, and disenfranchise hardworking, legal U.S. residents who don't have time to be out here with the mobs. They're also doing this to defend all of the scammers who are plundering America's welfare state, taking that money and doing what? Putting the right politicians in power with it, keeping people on the streets so that they can protest and agitate on a full-time basis and rile up the masses. This whole thing is a ridiculous situation.
This network is doing is surely not legal. Some of the protests and the measures they're taking against ICE, I can't believe they're legal. Has there been any arrest of any members of this network?
Well, what's really important is that Kash Patel has announced that he is going to be investigating this network that has been communicating via Signal. Signal is where they sent many of their first responders, their rapid responders, as they call themselves, to the donut shop. There was a Signal chat that ICE agents were at that donut shop and that people needed to descend on the donut shop. And that's when this tragic killing happened. So the authorities are clearly looking at this network, and, you know, military and intelligence officials are describing it as an insurgency. So it's a very...
That's exactly what it is. It's an insurgency. Now, here's the problem that we've got that enables these insurgencies. You ever wonder why you see stuff like this in these sanctuary states and you don't see them in places like Florida where they enforce the law? Well, in Florida, if you form a big group like this and you go out there, you're gonna go to jail. All right, they have not decriminalized your activities the way that a place like New York or California or Minnesota has. You see, so all of this rioting, it all happens on a foundation that says that it's okay to get crazy and reckless, and where people don't go to jail for things like assault anymore. That's how you can have these perpetual agitators who are so violent and so dangerous that they prove that they're unsafe menaces to society, but they keep getting released. The local police arrest these people. What happens? They're back out on the streets the next day. So you have a foundation of lawlessness that all of this is built upon. And the problem is, if you take down this one billionaire who's out there in China who's allegedly funding some of the stuff along with other people that are doing the exact same thing, you know who those people are. If you take down the kingpins, that's great. But what about all of the infrastructure that those kingpins were using, right? If you take down one kingpin over here, but you've got thousands of people who are part of an insurrection and they're all organized and all the machinery that they use to create mayhem is still out there, well, it's just a matter of time before another kingpin shows up and starts funding all of those same people, and you don't really accomplish anything. You see, it's these folks that are out there every single day on the streets that need to be removed from the streets. If every time somebody was arrested for agitating and protesting in a place like Minnesota, if they went to jail for quite a long time, if they actually went to prison, the message would bring out pretty quick that, hey, what amount of money is worth going to prison? What amount of money is worth losing your freedom? You see, these people, they're out there because they do not fear any consequence in Minnesota like they would in a law and order state.
Obviously, it's come to what it is now. Hopefully, Mayor Fry and Governor Walz will see the sensibility in this in an issue that is a 90-10 issue that most Americans want: criminal, dangerous, violent, illegal aliens off the streets, out of their communities, and out of the country.
Okay, so that's the whole reason we've got these mobs in these sanctuaries to begin with. And that's because to these people, at the heart of their resistance movement is the idea that the U.S. border should be wide open. And there's a connection between illegal immigration, between all of this fraud that we're seeing, between these sanctuary leaders who never seem to be able to lose power, even though everything they do is against the interests of people who work in their states and pay taxes, and the mobs who are out there perpetually. And here's what that connection is. If Tom Homan and Greg Bovino and Border Patrol, ICE, if they're able to go into these places and arrest dangerous criminals and fugitives, those people, these are the gang members. These are the cartel-linked foot soldiers that have infiltrated our country and are here keeping tabs on operations that remain under the radar. The millions of people who they help cross into the country illegally. These people come in with $20,000 smuggling debts. Who do you think is here making sure that those people pay their debts and don't just leave and escape into America and get to enjoy their fake version of the American dream while they're here illegally living in some sanctuary? It's these enforcers. These are the people who wind up in jail. These are the people with these long rap sheets. These are the people carrying weapons who aren't supposed to have weapons. If you remove those enforcers, the whole idea of exploiting the U.S. border for money falls apart. The cartels in Mexico aren't going to be very happy about that. And you know who's not going to be happy about that either? All of these people running scams in these sanctuaries. These scams are easier to run if you've got population growth. These places need population growth. They need more people because that gives cover for clinics. That gives cover for daycare centers. That gives cover for programs that are supposed to feed kids that don't have enough to eat after school. You see what I'm saying? If population growth stops happening, people stop coming into the country without permission, everything going on in these places, the whole apparatus falls apart, and the linchpin of all of it starts at the local jail.
Obviously, it's come to what it is now.
But they don't want
Hopefully,
that.
Mayor Fry and Governor Walz will see the sensibility in this and an issue that is a 90-10 issue that most Americans want.
Yes.
Criminal, dangerous, violent, illegal aliens off the streets, out of their communities, and out of the country.
It's actually more than that.
Questions because they sort of get at the underlying feelings that people have. So this is about as blunt a question as you can get. Deport all immigrants here illegally. I will note the ABC News poll asked about undocumented immigrants. So we have slightly different questions, but these were all taken within the last month. And there's real uniformity here. That's what I really think you see. You see real uniformity. Deporting all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% of the New York Times, Marquette 64%, CBS News 57%, ABC News with a slightly different question, 56%.
This is a losing issue in states that are not already a sanctuary, where fraud and corruption and illegal behavior at all levels run these places. The American people don't want somebody to sneak into our country without permission and take a job and take an apartment that they're not entitled to. Those things are for legal residents. We've been told for the last 4 years that somebody who's not from this country should be able to just show up and immediately have access to the entire thing while they break the law by coming in without permission. There are people waiting in line right now to come into this country legally, and by sneaking across the border with the help of a gang or a criminal organization, you disenfranchise all the people that want to come in here and obey the law. It's not fair to them, and it's also not fair for people that already live in America to have less opportunity to rent an apartment or to have less opportunity to find a job because that job or that apartment's been given to somebody else. I mean, these mobs are the same people who tell us that, you know, people aren't getting paid enough for the work that they do, that we've got an affordability crisis, that there's not enough housing, yet the very things they support contribute to a lot of that. I think that America's going to have big problems if these mobs take back Congress, if these mobs take back the White House with their candidates, because most of the people here don't agree with what they support. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
So normal. So normally when we discuss geology, we're talking about processes that take millions, if not billions of years. And that's because on Earth this involves cycles that are extremely slow and are very difficult to observe on human scales. For example, we have sediments that gets buried, gets compacted, and slowly cemented over eons as it transforms into some kind of a new mineral, thousands of which have developed on Earth in the last 4.5 billion years. And though for the most part Earth's crust is composed of silicate minerals, including quartz, feldspar, olivine, and mica, we also know that in the last 4 billion years, at least 2/3 of all minerals on Earth were actually created as a result of life. Either directly or indirectly, nearly 4,000 mineral species have been created as a result of various oxygenation reactions and as a result of biomineralization. And that actually includes over 90% of uranium-based minerals and even minerals containing nickel, cobalt, and molybdenum. And obviously all of the carbonate minerals like calcites were also formed by various types of life. But once again, these are processes that are pretty slow and take at least a few millions of years. Except that recently researchers discovered something that was officially created by humans and surprisingly happened pretty fast. Here researchers discovered something that might actually require us to rewrite textbooks on geology. It turns out that completely by accident, humans created a kind of a fast-track geology, forming a new type of a mineral in just 35 years. And here this is not just some kind of a curiosity, this is a new scientific classification for what now is referred to as anthropoclastic rock cycle, something that was thoroughly explored in the study you can find in the description. And so today we're going to discuss some of these new discoveries and talk about these human-made rocks and discuss the science of how they are able to form so quickly and what this means for our understanding of Earth's history, and specifically the newly proposed Anthropocene epoch, something we've already discussed in one of the previous videos in the description. But one of the most recent and perhaps the most startling discoveries came from a coast of England, and specifically a place you see right here, the Derwent Howe. And so here a team led by Dr. Amanda Owen from the University of Glasgow discovered that the shoreline there is no longer formed by loose pebbles and sand. Instead, they discovered something entirely different. Here they found glassy blue-gray cliffs and hardened platforms made of what looks like natural rock. But this is not natural sandstone. It's actually what's known as steel slag, waste material from various industrial furnaces that have eventually fused into a lot of this solid stone. And that's because for approximately 200 years, industrial activity in England, and especially at this site, dumped a tremendous amount of waste, depositing it in the soil, with the ocean waves then sculpting this waste and cementing this inside the rock. But I guess one question here is, okay, but how do we know this is what happened, and if this happened fast? Well, geologists don't just guess. They look for what's known as index fossils, or markers. And in this case, the markers weren't trilobites or dinosaur bones, and instead they were actually pennies. You can see them in this image. These were King George V pennies from 1934, and even more specifically, an aluminium pull tab from a can that was only launched in 1989. But because these objects were found inside rock, and specifically inside solid rock, scientists can now confirm that none of this took longer than 35 years. Once again, because the youngest object was from 1989. And in geological terms, this is essentially instantaneous. And there are quite a lot of images you can find of this on the web, showing us how the rocks in this region look entirely different. And so here we have a lot of examples of industrial waste literally becoming rock. But I guess the question is, how? How does a pile of industrial trash become a cliff in just 3 decades? And that's of course quite a big mystery, because normally, in natural sandstone, grains of sand must be buried deep underground first, and they then have to be squeezed by pressure before they slowly get glued together for millions of years. And well, the answer seems to be that glue. In this anthropoclastic rock cycle, the glue seems to be pre-mixed in the waste. And mostly because a lot of stuff that was deposited here already contained many of these particles. And specifically when the team from Glasgow analyzed the section of the rock and used tools like, for example, X-ray diffraction and Raman spectroscopy, they discovered a lot of familiar minerals: calcites, brucites, and goethites. And these are actually exactly the same minerals you usually find in a regular sediment that were already forming here as well. But the difference is the starting chemistry. In a typical steel slag, it's actually already chemically primed for the cement growth. And so when it reacts with seawater and the atmosphere, it generally creates rapid chemical bonds that then mimic natural lithification. Or basically they kind of look like natural rock formation, but at extremely fast scales. With this process then turning sediment into stone thousands and thousands of times faster than in nature. But turns out that this is not just happening in England, although that part is maybe not very surprising. This is now happening pretty much everywhere. But right now, a survey of 14 British sites already found approximately 76 miles of these coastal slag deposits that have been officially confirmed. But they've also been spotted in Baltimore and in Bilbao in Spain. And the thing is, it's obviously not getting any better. Steelmaking now produces approximately 2 billion tons every year, which then results in approximately 400 million tons of slag. And all of this gets deposited somewhere. And turns out that all of this steel slag then starts to form these rocks in just a few decades. Although I guess just to clarify, steel slag is basically a byproduct of steel making that usually separates molten steel from impurities. And so at the end it usually forms a kind of a silicate and oxide-rich material that then becomes solid once you cool it down. And though sometimes it can be used in constructing roads and in even making concrete, for the most part it just ends up like this. It's just dumped somewhere and left alone. But it's not only about metal slag, or basically it's not just about steel making, because turns out humans have accidentally found another way to make a different type of minerals, and you might guess what's in it. Plastic. So we now have a new thing called plastic glomerates,
literally a rock containing a lot of plastics. And this was first documented on Camilo Beach in Hawaii only in 2014. And so basically these are rocks where plastic waste, for example fishing nets, ropes, and containers, start to act as a binding agent and create their own mineral as a result. And when this plastic is melted, for example by campfires or even volcanic heat, it then flows into gaps between sand, seashells, and coral, mixing everything together and literally creating a new type of a mineral. And so once everything cools down, it essentially creates a kind of a junkyard mixture, something that's a lot denser than normal plastic, and also something that's pretty heavy. And because it's heavy, many of these plastic agglomerates eventually sink to the seafloor, where they can then significantly increase the chance that they're going to be buried and preserved in the geological record. And so here scientists like Patricia Corcoran discovered these unusual minerals at pretty much every site in Hawaii, with this report in 2020 officially coining the term. But since then they've been reported in most locations on the planet, including Indonesia, Brazil, and Japan. And so even though this was the first official site, they've now been confirmed to exist worldwide. And this is officially becoming a kind of a global marker for that previously mentioned Anthropocene, a proposed geological epoch defined by direct human impact on planet Earth. And so in pretty much all cases here, this is something that's formed by human activity, and in this case plastic waste that was melted over time, that once again starts to somehow cement surrounding natural materials, but in this case doing so extremely quickly, eventually resulting in these unusual rocks. And we now know that this can actually form naturally, where plastic pollution can then meet some kind of a heat source, such as lava flows or forest fires, which is why it was discovered in Hawaii very close to volcanic activity. And so because of their durability and high density, researchers now believe that these are basically technofossils. They're extremely likely to persist for millions, if not billions of years, serving as a kind of a permanent physical signature of human pollution. And though it is quite possible that some of this might convert to something else, even reverting back to oil form, this still doesn't change the fact that this is an incontrovertible evidence of human presence. With this type of a mineral even having its own subforms now, such as plastic crusts and plastistones. Basically slightly different formations depending on how they were formed and what's inside of them. And that's of course a really important reminder of something else. Plastic pollution has now reached pretty much everywhere, even the most isolated ecosystems on planet Earth. And we actually recently discussed some of the more dangerous parts of plastic pollution in one of the videos about human health that you can find in the description. But I guess the question is, so is this a problem though? Especially because this is basically maybe one potential solution to that plastic problem. Maybe by turning this into rock and by creating more plastic minerals, we can start solving the problem of plastic pollution on the planet. I mean, for all we know, maybe we can take a bunch of these rocks and then create some kind of an island somewhere. Hey, more land, more real estate, right? But the real answer is a little bit more complicated. And that's because a lot of these rocks also change the way coastlines work. For example, those metal-based rocks, or the slag aprons, generally change how waves reflect and how sediment moves in the ocean. And that can actually cause faster erosion on a lot of natural cliffs nearby. On top of this, there's also the obvious chemical component. Many of these rocks will contain something toxic inside. For example, toxic metals like chromium and vanadium. They can also create what's known as an alkaline halo. They essentially raise the pH level inside water, and that makes water more basic, which can then stress local wildlife and affect a lot of wildlife living nearby. Now, the actual effects have not been established yet, and this has not been studied that well, but there is a slight chance that it could be more hazardous. At the moment though, it's kind of unknown. But on the positive side, some engineers started looking at these rocks as potential sources of carbon sinks. And that's because in many cases, various chemical reactions, the reactions that actually create the stone, can also absorb carbon dioxide more efficiently, thus reducing the levels of CO2. But here we have to be careful obviously, because we don't really want to trade the carbon dioxide problem for a toxic beach problem. So this is something that has to be investigated in some of the future studies. But because many of these discoveries are essentially brand new and we're just learning about this, at the moment there is not much else that's known. I mean, we definitely have evidence of this rapid anthropoclastic rock cycle, the cycle that turns industrial and plastic waste into solid stone in just a few decades, but we don't really know what effects it's going to have on the planet and whether this is good or bad. We just know that this confirms that humans are definitely actively reshaping the planet, while also officially adding this little bookmark into the book of geology of planet Earth. And so here we have rocks that prove our industrial materials do not just sit in landfills, they do enter the rock cycle, becoming a permanent part of the Earth's crust. But here it would be interesting to discover how quickly nature adapts to all of this and how it's able to incorporate all of this waste into its own natural processes. And so that's actually something we're going to be examining next once there are some additional studies. Until then, thank you for watching. Check out previous videos on plastic in the description below. Subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Julian. Don't know where I felt like I get a little drink around here, do you, bud?
What's up, guys? It's Benny. I want off this ride. I cannot believe this is real. Kamala Harris may be announcing that she's running for president. This was posted late yesterday from Kamala HQ, the famous campaign account that used to be the Joe Biden HQ, and she stole it from him, and she stole his presidency, and Kamala Harris was complicit in the greatest cover-up in American history, and everyone's forgotten about it because, well, we all have the memories of goldfish at this point, but they posted this yesterday, which is a video of them trying to log in to their old Kamala HQ account. Way too online. The babysitter is weird. Epstein signal there. Headquarters. Oh, okay. Headquarters. Kamala HQ headquarters. So their password is headquarters. Great. This is leading to a lot of speculation, seen by 8 million people, 6,000 reposts, 23,000 likes. A lot of people saying, well, is Kamala Harris deciding she's going to run for governor or the president of the United States? Either way, it looks like she's about to once again be burdened by what has been. We would get to bully Kamala interns again. This is Christmas. A lot of people are celebrating. Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate. Kamala Harris is a terrible person. LMAO, no way she's going to run it back. I used to pray for times like this. Kamala Harris announcing that she is returning. God save us all. Try this password. Donald Trump kicks my ass in the election. The clip. Economy is about to soar if Kamala is launching a podcast. There is not enough boxed wine to fuel her. Please be a podcast. Please be a podcast. It's all going according to plan. The great speculation is that Kamala Harris is going to run for president. That's, I mean, she could have run for the governor of California and won, I think, pretty easily in the state of California just because she's a part of the machine, not because she's good, or wouldn't have cursed and doomed that state to kingdom come. But nonetheless, she decided not to run for governor of California, and some long, mealy mouth letter that she wrote, and now we have this. Pretty sure the password is Chardonnay. In case you missed it, failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris was spotted flying to D.C. this week. This is a gift for Republicans. There she is. Hey, sitting first class. How much does that seat cost you? Republicans, you lost. Go home. Democrats, we probably should move on. Kamala staff, we're back. Let's go, says Trump. Wait, what is Kamala's login? There you go. All right. Oh, you guys want some more pain? That's a good Kamala, loser. Kamala. It's probably my favorite troll in Trump 2024 was Kamala. Just saying her name wrong. And Trump saying she's not sure if she's black or Indian. It looks like Kamala is running again. I need the password I won't forget. Has to one-up Hillary, losing a third time. What? This is Taylor Lorenz. What can, like, libs are freaking out over this. Where can Republicans donate? What happy news for Republicans. What are the odds that this is a podcast? Stop, please don't. Libs are freaking out over this. LMAO, if she runs, this is the best thing that could ever happen to the GOP. Is the babysitter Tim Walz. Yikes. The markets are saying that Kamala Harris, markets spiked on this announcement. Will Kamala Harris announce she's going to run for president? Democrat presidential nominee in 2028. Kamala is on there, but she's not the winner. It would be Gavin Newsom. Kamala Harris is at 7%. Gavin Newsom is at 32%. And the winners are still at highly favoring J.D. Vance. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we have what the headquarters has decided to curse the internet with, which is another cringe Longhouse video of a medicated Kamala Harris. Let's listen.
What's going on with Kamala HQ? Well, I'm so glad you asked. I have good news. So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders, be they elected leaders, community leaders, civic leaders,
Oh my gosh.
young leaders. I'm really excited.
Oh no.
Stay engaged, and I'll see you out there. Thank you.
Do you really need somebody asking her a question? Would it's a Gen Z-led progressive movement. Gen Z-led progressive content hub. Headquarters. Kamala's launching a news company. This is amazing. This is incredible. This is great. She's launching a news company. Got it. From all of us, their last post was November 5th, 2024. From all of us at Kamala HQ, thank you for following along with the photo of Tim Walz, who's probably going to jail. Stay in line, stay in line, stay in line. Look at this. They actually thought they cooked with this. They really thought they did. They really thought they did something here. I have a Glock. I tell you what, bring it all back, run it all back. This story has reminded me of President Trump at the National Black Association of Journalists, effectively calling out Kamala Harris for stolen race valor, I think is what you would call this, saying she can't decide what race she is, and then the audience clapping for him. This is probably the wokest audience on earth. It's all black journalists, and they break into applause and laughter because Donald Trump trolls Kamala Harris. And so I'm begging you, Democrats, do this again. Do it again, please. Please. The clip economy needs this.
Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the words
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I
Republicans
really
have
don't know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that.
Well, you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real time. Because Otter is transcribing everything, I can actually listen to the professor rather than trying to type everything down. Or I can zone out for a minute. I know that nothing is going to be missed, and I will be able to refer back to this transcript. If you're attending by Zoom, Otter will even capture any slides that were shared during the lecture. Imagine being able to refer back to perfect notes from all your classes for the whole semester. By the way, everything I'm showing you is free. Here's the best part. So after your class is over, you'll receive an AI-generated summary. It contains a summary of what was discussed and timestamps for the different topics shared. There's also a chatbot who you can ask questions about the lecture. For example, you could say, give me a 10-question multiple-choice quiz and hide the answers. This will prompt Otter Chat to create a quiz for you based on the lecture. You could also ask, did the professor mention what will be on the test? Otter will search through the transcript and find any time the professor...
Epstein on tape advising former Israeli PM Barak to approach Palantir founder Peter Thiel.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel. And everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah. He looks under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir, P-A-L-L-E-N. T-I-E-R. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
What, you never seen Lord of the Rings?
Palantir, P-A-L-A-N-T-I-E-R?
Yes.
How do you write Thiel? T-H-I-E-L-L.
See, guys? See, it's not just me. Okay? This goes all the way to the top.
T-H-I-E-L.
L-L-Y.
No. T-H-I-E-L-L.
Okay.
So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week.
He's one of the best. I've never met him.
So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you. He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz.
Mark Andreessen.
Andreessen Horowitz, they pay Larry $1 million a year. Just to advise them.
So, wait a minute. So he's trying to hook this guy up with an advisory position where he just gets locked into a nice, A16Z? Yep, that's right. Yep, that's exactly it. And Andreessen's one of the biggest venture capital companies in the world.
Yes, and?
This seems fake. A16Z? Yeah, A16Z is an offshoot fund that, you know, Andreessen Horowitz, right? I think this is where it came from, is that it's the beginning and end of their names, right? And so that's how it happened. Fake video? I don't think it's fake. There's VC for a lot of gaming companies? Yeah, I know. There's 16 letters in between? Yeah.
Dreeson, Andreessen, and Horowitz.
And Howard.
H-O-R-O. Horowitz.
What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are?
They are the biggest venture capital people in Silicon Valley.
Well, bigger than Sequoia or Planet Perkins?
True, actually. They are.
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys. So those two companies right away.
Approved by Jeffrey Epstein.
In terms of, I said that we need now, in the next 3 weeks, if you're going to leave.
Man, the smartest boys. Oh my God. Is it true his Outlook was still active after his death? I don't know, man. I have no idea. So we have Epstein on tape advising him to approach Peter Thiel. Oh my God. I don't even want to show that on stream. That's crazy.
I met Epstein a few times as well, and
this is all script. Let me get to that. I'll copy paste it, and then I'm going to get to that one after this.
I think.
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically, and I didn't ask enough questions about it. But I think there were sort of a lot of things where it was fraudulent. I do think Epstein knew a lot about taxes, and there were probably, these complicated ways you could structure a nonprofit organization, especially as a way in a marital context that I think Epstein might have known a decent amount about.
How, when you were introduced?
So I don't think Epstein would have been able to, comment on superstring theory or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think this sort of thing he might have actually been pretty expert on.
When you were introduced,
everyone worked with him because he was really good at taxes.
It's
like watching porn for the plot.
One of the smartest tax people in the world.
The taxes.
Interesting.
The taxes.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like 2007.
Well, that's what happens.
Okay. And so.
Yeah. But you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. Yeah. There was certainly the illusion that there were all these.
They don't give a shit. They didn't give a shit. They didn't care.
These other people.
Just that.
That
That's
I trusted.
the way it is.
Reid to
just the way it is.
He started LinkedIn. He was, maybe too focused on business networking. But,
yeah. Right.
But I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, you're like, ugh. Well, there. Well, there you go.
I've thought about it.
I've thought about it. Yeah, I bet. And so this is it. Let me go back. I'll pull this one up too. No, this is insane. And so is this more of them? Ehud Barak hides his face as he enters Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. Wait, this is the same guy.
More Jeffrey Epstein fallout.
DailyMail.com has exclusively learned that the ever-expanding probe into the billionaire is now threatening to derail the Israeli election for prime minister.
Oh, wow.
Chris Spargo has more now from our New York newsroom.
That's bad.
Chris.
Jesse, DailyMail.com has exclusively uncovered photos of one of Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu's main challengers, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, covering his face as he entered the convicted pedophile's home. This was back in 2016, and on the same day, a group of young women were also seen arriving at Epstein's home. Barak is already trying to distance himself from Epstein and their business partnership. Writing on Facebook, as soon as the present charges related to Epstein became known, I instructed my lawyers to examine the options we have for expelling the company associated with Epstein from this partnership. Also, Jesse, Epstein accuser Courtney Wild held a press conference in Manhattan one day after asking a judge to keep Epstein behind bars. Here's what she had to say.
It's time for the government to do the right thing for me and all the other victims. If you are a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, then you know what I know. He will never stop sexually abusing children until he is in jail.
Wild says she was sexually abused by Epstein when she was 14 and still embraces. She's also an unnamed victim in the 2008 lawsuit against the Department of Justice after Epstein avoided similar charges.
All right, Chris Spargo in New York City, thank you.
God damn, so he's covering his face walking into Jeffrey Epstein's fucking house. And then this is another one. I find this to be interesting. Palantir stands with Israel. What are the odds of that? Wow. It's crazy how all these things just line up the same way, huh? Wow. It's just really like, I mean, what are the odds of that? You're crazy. Oh, no, we got another one. Even more of it. Okay, all right. Let me pull this one up. I'll see what it is. What's the future of Israel?
Israel. I mean, something will happen in Iran. Maybe we'll succeed, maybe we won't, and that'll make it worse. But the demography seems terrible. Nobody sane seems to be procreating, and everybody insane in their own way seems to have 5 children.
True.
Whether it's Arabs or Orthodox, they have 5 children. If you're regular Israeli, you have 1.5 children.
The Haredim are more productive than the Arabs.
So they're mad that the Goyim are having too many kids? The Goyim are reproducing and
we canceled some of the... We had exponential support function for productivity. It's something bizarre.
The wrong people are breeding. Yes.
I always, when I meet a friend with 3 children, I tell him, another 2 and you are deep into the social security trap. That's your job.
Oh my God.
You can sit idle. No, I don't. The future of Israel is waking up.
The future of Israel.
Putting a wedge on this drift along the slippery slope toward one-state nation.
Damn.
First of all, because with one-state nation, it will have even faster. Yeah, it will be a binational.
So if it's a one-state nation, what happens to Palestine?
And then in a generation with an Arab majority. In fact, one of Abu Mazen's kind of partners to...
Someone says bye-bye.
He was the one who negotiated with us. All along the crucial point some 5 years ago when he negotiated with Tzipi Livni about far from the public eye.
Right.
Everyone knew about that. And she demanded that he will recognize the
Israel as a Jewish state.
The Jewish state, part of any document.
So they're trying to like enforce it.
Lady, it's cannot do it if you continue.
That's why they won't recognize Palestine?
Probably will turn into one state.
One
man. From the Jordan to the Mediterranean, every citizen will get a vote. and the majority will decide what could be simple. So it's not a. The need to stop
from the river to the sea.
It's part, in a way, it's a collective blindness of our society. The sight field is not full. You don't. Some people do not see everything. What's happening here? You don't see it. You never do. So that's what happens to our society right now. So that's number one. And that's why it's not a zero-sum game. We are not making them a favor, doing a favor to the Palestinians or to anyone. But even within the borders of smaller Israel, there is still an issue. And I think the Arabs are going slow. They were 40 years ago, they were 16%, now they are 20%. We should be able to make...
So they're talking about like demographic
provide
changes.
equality. First to the Druze, they are about 1%, they are totally Israeli in their behavior by security people.
Man, numbers game always? I guess so. The Arabs in Israel? Yeah, because the Arabs are about 20% of Israel. That's true. It's accurate. Oh my God. This is crazy. People going around using kids as activists. They're using props.
The difference between anti-ICE activists and ICE is getting horrifyingly smaller, as after they use secret encrypted chats to train, plan, and attack U.S. forces, they're now recruiting kids to walk out of classes and march on their behalf. In California, what looks to be teenagers are taking the streets. But in New York City, it looks like they're brainwashing their preschoolers.
I mean, these are little kids, bro. Like, you're having little kids telling them this stuff, scaring them like this. This is fucked up, man.
My name is Dr. Canton. I am the director here at the Chloe Day School here in Harlem, New York. As today is a national day of protest, it's too cold outside for us to go outside and protest. Our teachers cannot walk off the job and leave our children unsupervised. So today, we decided in solidarity, we will support all those who are out protesting against the violence that we see and the harm that we see happening to our friends.
See, this is one of the reasons why kids are the way they are. It's one of the reasons why college kids are the way they are, is they get brought up and indoctrinated into this stuff from the very beginning. And then guess what? Guess what happens after they get told this constantly? Well, then they believe it. I mean, it's crazy. Think of the children. Yeah, it's grooming. It is. It is grooming. Absolutely.
What to say? Stop the... Right. What do we want to tell people?
Stop hurting people.
And all the way back to San Francisco, they're doing the same.
Yep.
Where it appears they even escorted these kids to march out in the street.
Look at this, bro. They are bringing children out to a protest like this. Oh my God. Like, I feel like this very, very clearly has to be a line. I mean, you're clearly crossing a line by doing this. How is this legal? I don't think it, I don't know how it is either.
Yvonne is my little Pookie Bear. We're in Arknex Enfield and we're checking Yvonne out. Respectfully, of course. I know I say Pookie Bear, but she's more of a dragon, literally. Besides being able to juggle a round object with her personality, Yvonne features an eye-catching design. We got some utilitarian boots, cooking, gradient coat tights, a semi-translucent pink jacket with a black detail here and there, and a top that protects the most vital areas. Is that Kevlar? Huh, let's be real, the dual hand cannons go crazy, go pew pew.
Finally decided to call me up? I bet you got a sticky situation on your hands.
Stop it. Yvonne is extremely witty and also intelligent, viewing science as a form of art and vice versa. She's also a techie.
How is this not child endangerment? I think
Every
it should
single
be.
parent seeing this should immediately take their kid out of that school and sue them for endangering them.
Exactly.
As the adult-to-student ratio looks something like 20-1. Now in a closed classroom setting, that's perfectly fine.
But not
marching
out in the
alongside
public.
the street
Yeah.
on behalf of a movement the kids will have absolutely zero impact over is so insanely dangerous and meaningless.
It's
I imagine that
deranged.
school loses its insurance tomorrow.
I
As
hope
best
so.
case, they capture some footage to gain clout for the adults' social media accounts. Worst case,
Yeah, they're using these kids. They're parading them around as a prop. Really, that's what they're doing.
a couple kids wander off in the
It's
chaos
deranged indeed.
and
Yeah,
get
it is.
run
It's
over.
fucked up.
And over in LA, that's exactly what these students are asking for, sprinting out into the streets to stop ICE. And that
Oh
news
my
gets even
God.
worse, as they straight block these icy streets. Now,
So
at
they're
least in
putting the children and making the kids stand in the street?
Georgia, when the kids tried to leave, they were marched right back into class. But in other parts of the state, they're nearly being run over, as homeschooling
Oh my God.
has never looked smarter. But even school
Yep.
choice is equally important. Where in some states, your kid can either be forced into a classroom to receive an education, or be used as a useful pawn for activist adults that are willing
Go
to
stand in the street, Pilly. If you get hit by a car, I'll get so many likes on Twitter.
sacrifice your kid for their amusement.
Oh my
I meant
God.
movement, but then again, both are applicable. As
Yep.
watching the walkout over in Stockton, California, somebody called out the school for doing this while having 0% math proficiency, which
They
is
ain't do
actually
no
not
math.
an exaggeration.
It's literally 0%. And look at the other ones. Reading proficiency is 26. This says science proficiency is 10%. Graduation rate is 38%. Shut down the school. Oh my God.
Just over one
future batteries. So true.
Third of their students graduate. Only 1/4 of them can read, while 0/5 of them can understand those fractions. Meanwhile, the
That is
tax man asks for
terrible.
more money for education, but they're not teaching the kids math or anything really, just how to be an activist. And when only 26% of them know how to read, it makes sense.
26% know how to read? It's a middle school? Bro, like, they gotta shut down that school.
While it's so easy to get them
It's
to
terrible.
blindly run into the streets. Which finally brings me to why I
Has
said
graduation rate so high with no one passing math? Everybody that went to a working class school knows this. They just pass you anyway.
anti-ICE activists are becoming like ISIS, as I think they're only putting the kids out front because they want something to happen to them. Even though they deny it, we know these protests are actually riots. Local police are getting increasingly more aggressive with them, which is confirmed to be part of their plan so they can create flashpoint moments to rally about later. They tried to get it with that bunny ears hoax that was quickly debunked, but now all they got is a second idiot that might lose his eye.
LA rioter takes a pepper ball to the eye.
With someone
Fucking
claiming
based.
they were pregnant while getting pepper
Oh,
in
they're
the
pregnant.
stomach. And why would you go to a riot while carrying a baby? The same
Exactly, yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you?
reason you would take a class of preschoolers to protest in the streets. You're a terrible person. You belong in prison, and the kids need to be taken away for their safety.
One more time.
Same reason you would take a class of preschoolers to protest in the streets. You're a terrible person. You belong in prison, and the kids need to be taken away for their safety.
Absolutely. That's what we need to do. See, like, are people ready? Is the American public ready to put all these women in jail? I don't think that they really are. I don't think they're ready to put these school teachers in jail. I think that we're getting closer to it, but we're farther away than you guys might imagine. Now, I've been ready for it for a long time. Those are other people's kids. That's so insane. I know. And again, you should, like, if it was up to me, I would put all of them in jail for like over 10 years. I would. And I would say, well, that's what happens. That's what you get. And I don't know why people don't do that. Like, I'm so, maybe J.D. Vance, if he runs on doing this kind of stuff, then maybe I'll vote for him. But I don't know if they're ready to go in on this. I don't know if they're ready to actually go and push this to the limit that it needs to be at. He's soft. I think that the person that, I mean, maybe he will be a good, like precursor or like a good herald for this person, but I don't think that that person is here yet. I don't think so. I don't think that we have somebody who's ready to be harsh enough on this stuff as it should be. And devouring mothers are a blight to society. Well, exactly. But like, what do you like? You need to have somebody. And you need to have somebody who's ready and willing to treat these people like they deserve. Like they deserve. And whenever that person shows up, that's who I'll vote for. And I'm waiting for that. I am.
Hey, last one down buys the Ultras. You're on.
Unfortunately, the left is going
That's
so
gonna be
insane
great.
they'll never call out their comrades on this. As over in Portland, the rioters got blasted with tear gas.
Unpatched minion farm? Yep.
And some poor kid got doused with it. And even when the
Man.
story got posted on
Ice
Reddit,
gassed kids? Who the fuck brings their kid to an event like... See, like, my response to this would be take the kid away from the parent, put the parent in jail. Like, you have to... Like, these people want to be victims? Make them earn it.
to over
That's the way I see
3,000 upvotes. The top post
I like
wasn't
that.
"Stop doing this." It
Uh-huh.
was "What to do when you inevitably get gassed." Once again, probing her getting sprayed wasn't an accident, but part of their plan that they're almost hoping to happen again, as human sacrifice has become a core tenet of accomplishing their agenda.
That's
But-
exactly it. They want to have these kids get hurt so it will push their agenda. You have to keep in mind that it's in the teacher's best interest to have one of these children be hurt. It's always important to keep that in mind.
Police involvement in their injuries is rare.
The best thing that
bigger
could happen
danger
for
to
their
these
movement is for
student
one of these kids to
protests
get hurt.
or the other students. Weeks ago, the walkout in Minneapolis
We saw
resulted
this
in
one.
mass brawls between students. And back in the riots in LA in February, the schools also allowed the students to walk out. Where tragically, a stabbing occurred as one kid ended up in critical condition, all in an effort to march against Trump's deportation plan. Why wasn't this gaining national media attention?
I didn't even know about it. This is the first time hearing about this.
School district marches the
Never heard
kids
about this.
against Trump only for attempted murder.
Would
to
they
get
bring their kids to Gestapo? No, they wouldn't. I think it really reveals a lot. They want to say that ICE are like these paramilitary, militant, militia, Gestapo group. Do you think they'd take their kids to the Gestapo? Absolutely not. I think that, again, their actions reveal their actual opinions.
It's swept under the
That's
rug.
it.
Didn't stop a single deportation, but oh well, almost 1 year to the day, let the schools try again, except this time with preschoolers. I think every adult
Preschoolers.
involved in allowing this needs to be arrested
Absolutely.
by the feds.
Yep.
It sounds extreme.
No, it's not extreme. That is the appropriate action. It's an extreme response from an extreme action. That's a nutball behavior. Who does
But
this?
what's the alternative? Waiting patiently until a kid does pay the price for these actually evil activist
Not extreme
adults?
enough.
As if they're
Yep.
actually successful in getting their human sacrifice, no matter what the actual circumstances are, the left will ignore all the inconvenient information and just
will.
say, this is Trump's fault.
Yep, that's right. That's the reason why you have to do this stuff with absolutely no reservation. You do it with no reservation, no limitation, no like, oh, well, let's not do it too much. No, you go as far as you possibly can. You make an example out of these people, and then everybody else will see that and they won't do it. And I'll give you an example. You don't see too many people running away or driving away from these Minneapolis ICE guys are. I don't see that anymore. After that woman got shot for trying to drive away, I don't see a single person trying to drive away whenever police are detaining them. That went away. That stopped. Because they don't want to die. That's it. It's a cowardly approach. Well, I want them to be afraid. They should be afraid. Everybody should be afraid to use kids and march them out there like suicide soldiers for your political cause. That's the whole goal.
Well, if
Like,
you appreciate
duh.
my concise,
Of course.
lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's
That's
reality,
the point.
subscribe
What'd
to
you
Detour.
think? What'd you think? Like, bro, like, what do you mean? It's cowards, but yeah, exactly. That's the point. And they want their kids to get hurt. That's the goal. Yeah, it is. It is the goal. You don't see a lot of drugs coming in by boat, do we? No, we don't. Where'd all those boats go? What's this? How much of this is follow-up from parenting at home and homework from whatnot? Oh, I have no idea. There's the video. No, I'm glad to see more people that are advocating for, like what would be considered to be Old Testament solutions. I think we need a lot more of this. We definitely do. They're no better than Hamas. Well, they're doing the same thing as Hamas. So yeah, that's it.
It's public, or it goes down.
Do not let her drop it!
It's gone. It's in the water. Mission failed. The data is public.
Truth redacted.
The Washington Post just delivered a brutal reality check to their own newsroom. Over 300 staff members are getting pink slips today. The legacy media crumbles. There's only one platform that's absolutely dominating the information war, and the establishment is panicking about what this means for their narrative control. You see, this isn't just about newspaper layoffs. This is about the complete collapse of the Democrat propaganda machine. When the Washington Post Jeff Bezos' personal political weapon can't even keep the lights on. That tells you everything about where Americans are getting their real news right now. The Next News Network. You see, these aren't just job cuts. They're admissions of defeat. The same outlets have spent years lying about Russian collusion, covering up Hunter's laptop, and pushing every anti-Trump conspiracy theory are now facing extinction. Meanwhile, did you hear this? X, yes, formerly known as Twitter, has become the #1 news source in over 140 countries.
Tired of generic ChatGPT responses and spending hours on writing? Here's the smarter way to get better results. Ventrilo is an AI Chrome extension that uses the tabs you're looking at to help.
The information revolution is here, and the gatekeepers are being obliterated. And speaking of America's strategic independence, there is a critical development every patriot needs to understand right now. This breaking news flew under the radar on January 5th of this year. Did you know the U.S. Department of Energy announced $2.7 billion in contracts to restore domestic uranium enrichment capabilities? Yeah, this is not just government spending, it's a declaration of intent. You see, America needs uranium, domestic uranium, and it needs it right now. The U.S., if you didn't know, consumes 50 million pounds of uranium annually, but produces only 5% domestic. You know what that is? That's a national security nightmare. While legacy media focuses on their own collapse, smart Americans are positioning themselves in the uranium sector. I'm talking about Atomic Minerals. They are leading the charge with strategic assets in Wyoming's uranium-rich district. As America rebuilds its nuclear independence, uranium demand will skyrocket. Now, the Department of Energy contracts prove this is not speculation. It's really just inevitability. Every day that we delay domestic production, we remain vulnerable to foreign manipulation. Atomic Minerals represents your opportunity to profit from America's uranium renaissance. Visit the link down below for your exclusive briefing to secure your position in America's energy independence. Now, back to the media meltdown. This is what makes it even more delicious. The timing of the mass layoff comes right after Trump's historic victory, right after Elon Musk proved that citizen journalism destroys corporate propaganda every single time. The Washington Post's own election coverage basically became their obituary. When you can't compete with the truth, you can't compete at all. Check this out. On a day Jeff Bezos sacrifices the soul of the Washington Post to lick the outsized ass of the village idiot, a throwback day to the Katharine Graham family handed him the newspaper, thinking money is all it takes to keep the flame of journalism burning. Graham sells to sell the Post. This opening sets up the controversy. Now let's see how the media analysts are breaking down Bezos' real motivation behind that acquisition. You don't buy the Washington Post for sports coverage, you buy it for influence. Timcast News writing, Jeff Bezos consolidated the Post to stay relevant inside Washington's power ecosystem, not to preserve local reporting.
There's decline in certain sports, but I do think it's just they lost a bunch of subscriptions. Like, Bezos bought the Washington Post to have more influence on Washington politics, because that's the paper that they pay attention to typically in Washington. Although we were talking about earlier, Trump loves the New York Times. He hates it, but he wants positive coverage in the New York Times more than any other paper. But like, that's why you buy the Washington Post. So like sports, local reporting, like the shift to national news, like it's clearly Bezos like consolidating that paper to try to make it viable. And it is funny that the Democrats are the ones who kind of ruined it by canceling all their subscriptions, throwing a little hissy fit.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Democrats have a history of shooting themselves in the foot. But I do think that this does speak to the fact that there was a time where everybody in the country would subscribe to one of the major papers, right? Whether it be the Times or maybe the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post here. But the fact that people go to the internet now, like no one goes to pick up the newspaper anymore, and I think that maybe there are people out there that are like, oh, I still like the crossword puzzles, but otherwise, like, people just go to. I mean, why would you go to a news organization and pay for their product when you can go to X and get it from some, one of the journalists that wrote it will put it up on their page, or maybe you like a particular journalist, so you go to their Substack.
Or you go to the next news network and you follow us. Now, that influence angle gets changed immediately, but here's some pushback suggesting Bezos got fed up with his own newsroom approach. Good journalists, even Bezos, got tired, while the Post writers were just political hacks. Opinion on the Washington Post. The hard truth: Americans don't trust the news media. A note from our owner. A note from our owner, Jeff Bezos. Personal criticism side, let's look at the hard numbers driving the cuts. The financial reality is brutal. The newsroom is shrinking. The business model is the story. Hundreds of journalists are being laid off as a major newsroom resets its structure, cutting local, international, and sports coverage after annual losses topping $100 million, following an earlier 4% workforce cut. So here we have one of the richest men in the world. Yeah, the guy that owns Amazon, got his own rocket ship company rivaling Elon Musk. Can't even keep the Washington Post running. I mean, think about that. The business case is clear, but here's what actually is getting axed. Yellow Journalism Post tries cost-saving maneuvers.
Whoa, what's that? I just built a budgeting app, Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. You're not kidding.
Eliminating sports department and reduces overseas journalists, according to the Associated Press. The department's being eliminated. The layoff announcements start hitting, and critics are already declaring victory. Vince Langman, Washington Post, is laying off 300 employees in a major cost-cutting move today. Apparently, fake news doesn't sell anymore because X is the new media. Remember this headline? Dawn of a new Trump era. Big win may give license for radical change. Harris says fight that fueled her run endures. The new Trump era. And we're all living in it now. Thank God. The gloating continues as more details emerge about how staff are learning their fate. Yeah, the memes make themselves. The Washington Post laying off 300 staff. Everyone's been asked to stay home and log into a Zoom webinar. Imagine getting laid off on Zoom. They can no longer compete after X became the #1 news source in over 140 countries. Why? Because we are the media now. Next News Network has been running on YouTube since 2012.
I didn't know that. Congratulations.
Long before Elon Musk decided to buy X. We have been pushing and at the forefront, pioneering the new media since 2012. Even before that, my first YouTube channel, 2006. I had other shows that I had produced, other formats. The Reality Report, maybe some of you remember that. Early election coverage, live panels, streaming. I mean, we were the first to do it. And we laid the tracks. Now people riding the rails. Speaking of how the news broke, here's how the official word went out. This was Benny Johnson's post this morning. Mass layoffs expected at the Post today. Staff's been instructed to stay home for a Zoom meeting, announcing significant actions across the country. This is what was written. Dear all, we will be announcing some significant actions across the company today. We're asking everyone to stay at home this morning for a Zoom webinar at 8:30 a.m. Eastern to share the details. We'll be sending a detailed invite later this morning. Please make every effort to join. Thank you, Matt and Wayne. Yeah, they don't want everyone showing up to work and, you know, maybe having a fit. Ironically, while we're covering the Post struggles, they're still reporting on their other closures, but there might be some confusion Washington Post even posts this. I think they're shutting it down because they can't fill the seats. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had that to say about Trump's closure of the Kennedy Center. But Senator Josh Hawley denied the closure was related to that and said it was to upgrade the space. Ironic. Shutting it down, can't fill the seats. Exactly what's happening in the Washington Post. And looks like we got this from the Loftus Party, clearing up any confusion about the Washington Post.
Funny thing, and when you're actively throwing piles of money onto a fire, you stop. Like I was laughing out loud when I found out the Washington Post had a sports section. I know. Like, who's like, oh my gosh, I have to catch up on last night's ball game. Hand me the Washington Post. Let's see what happened to local sports team. My God, the Redskins. Can we do something about that name? I can't bear to read it. It's horrible. Then they had a big uproar because they weren't going to go to cover the Olympics. And that's like their only hope of ever getting laid. Right? You show up at the Winter Olympics, you can claim to be on a team. Like, you don't write for the Post. No, I'm a luge guy. I'm a luge guy. I'm the bottom man, I'm a luge guy. Yeah, the Washington Post having a sports section is hilarious. Get rid of it. It's as useless as a one-legged frog in a butt-kicking contest. Get him gone!
And that's exactly what happened. They got axed. So here's the beautiful irony. The same newspaper that coined democracy dies in darkness is dying in broad daylight. While they were busy trying to destroy Trump, X, and independent media like us, they ran hit pieces on me right after the 2016 election. Front page news, as a matter of fact. But they can try all they want. We are still busy destroying them. 300 jobs gone, and that's only the beginning. The information war is over, and we won. You see, the mainstream media's monopoly on information is officially dead and buried. When Jeff Bezos can't even keep his propaganda rag profitable, you know the American people have completely rejected their lies. See, this is what winning looks like, not just politically, but culturally. We're the media now. They can't stop what's coming. Every pink slip in the Washington Post is a victory for truth, a victory for America first, and a victory for every patriot who refused to believe they're garbage. The revolution will not be televised because we don't need their permission anymore. So do you think this is just the beginning of the mainstream media collapse? Let me know in the comments. While you're at it, check out the Next News merch shop.
Boom's on the move.
For real journalism.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
What if I told you that the number of directions you can move in is not random? What if one extra direction would break the sky? Or one less would erase everything interesting? Today we're digging into a weird question with huge consequences. Why does space have 3 dimensions? Not 2, not 4, not 7. If you have ever stared at the night sky and wondered why it works at all, stay with me. We're going to use gravity, atoms, quantum fields, and chaos to see why 3 keeps showing up. Imagine you are floating in space. No walls, no grid, no labels. You can still point in directions. Left and right are 1. Forward and backward are different. Up and down is the 3rd. That feels obvious because you grew up inside it, but obvious is not an explanation. The real question is why the universe picked this setup. One common answer is that physics demands it, but that sounds like a dodge. Physics is a description of what happens here. So why should the description require the stage to be 3-dimensional? The better version of the answer is this. Many of the structures we rely on only work if space has 3 dimensions. Change the number, and the same rules create disasters. That does not prove 3 is necessary in some ultimate sense, but it does show that 3 is incredibly special. Let's begin with gravity and planets. This is the part where people warn you about math. So here's the deal. There will be exponents, but it will not hurt unless you are allergic to exponents. In that case, I recommend watching someone contour their cheekbones while whispering soothingly about prime numbers. In our universe, Newton's law of gravity predicts that the force of gravity weakens with distance. Specifically, it drops like 1 over the distance squared. Say the distance from the sun to a planet doubles. The force becomes 4 times weaker. Why squared? There is a clean geometric reason. The influence of a point source spreads out. In 3 dimensions, the spreading happens over the surface of a sphere. A sphere's surface area grows like the radius squared. Same total amount of field, bigger sphere, lower density. So the field strength falls off like 1r squared. Now, imagine space has a different number of dimensions. The surface around a point is not a normal sphere anymore. It is a higher dimensional sphere, and its surface area scales differently. In a space with d dimensions, that surface scales the radius to the d minus 1. That means the field strength scales like 1/r circumflex, d1. So, in 4 dimensions, gravity would fall off like 1r cubed. In 2 dimensions, it would fall like 1 over r to the first power. Same idea, different dilution. So far, this is a small change. Just adjust the exponent and move on. But planetary motion is a delicate balance. A planet does not just fall inward, it also has sideways motion. That sideways motion behaves like a resistance to falling. In the simplest picture, you can wrap that sideways effect into an effective outward term that drops like 1/r circumflex 3. The key point is that this outward contribution comes from angular momentum, and the orbit is always confined to a plane, even in higher dimensional space. So that part keeps the same radius dependence. Now you set the inward gravity term equal to the outward effective term. That gives you a possible orbit radius. But possible is not the same as stable. Stability is the real test. A stable orbit means this. If you push the planet slightly outward, it should drift back. If you nudge it slightly inward, it should recover. An unstable orbit means the opposite. A small nudge turns into a runaway. Either the planet spirals inward and crashes, or it escapes forever. To check stability, you look at how the total effective force changes with radius. In plain language, you ask which side wins when you move slightly off the balance point. If the restoring tendency points back toward the balance, you are good. If it points away, you are doomed. When you do that calculation, something striking pops out. The stability condition boils down to a simple inequality. The dimension d must be less than 4. In other words, for ordinary inverse power gravity that comes from Gauss-style spreading, stable closed orbits stop working once you hit 4 spatial dimensions. That is a wild result. It means if you keep everything the same, but space has 4 dimensions, solar systems become fragile. Planets do not settle into long-lived, gentle ellipses. The slightest disturbance sends them inward. In that world, many planets would crash into their stars, and if you try to form complex, layered systems over billions of years, you have a problem. This argument is often linked to early work by Paul Ehrenfest, who explored how stability constraints can single out 3 dimensions. The spirit is simple. If you demand long-term stable structures under familiar force laws, you do not have a free choice of dimension. 3 starts to look privileged. But notice something important. This does not automatically kill 2 dimensions. In 2 dimensions, the gravity law would look different. The force would fall like 1r. That can still produce stable orbits in the sense of the effective potential. So the solar system stability argument says 4 and up looks bad. But it does not say only 3 is possible. 2 can sneak through, and there is a fun connection here. In some modified gravity ideas, such as modified Newtonian dynamics, the deep regime can behave more like a 1r force in certain contexts. The motivations are totally different, and this is not the same as living in a flat 2-dimensional space, but it gives you intuition. Change the fall-off, Change the orbit behavior. Exponents matter. Okay, so planets can still work in 2 dimensions. Would that save a 2-dimensional universe? Not so fast. Planets are made of atoms. Chemistry matters more than orbits, and atoms bring their own stability trap. Let's talk about the hydrogen atom. Do not worry, we are not going to pretend electrons are tiny planets. That picture is misleading. Electrons are quantum objects. They do not travel on neat little tracks, but the stability question remains. Why does the electron not collapse into the nucleus? In 3 dimensions, the electric attraction between a proton and an electron follows the same inverse square pattern. Again, it is a field spreading over a spherical surface, so the potential energy looks like 1r. As the radius shrinks, the potential gets more negative. That sounds like the electron should fall inward forever. The reason it does not is quantum uncertainty. If you try to trap the electron in a smaller region, its momentum uncertainty grows, and higher momentum means higher kinetic energy, so squeezing costs energy. The electron balances these competing effects. Attraction wants a small radius, uncertainty pressure wants a larger radius. The minimum of the total energy defines an atomic scale. You can estimate this with a simple uncertainty argument. Suppose the electron is localized within a region of size r. Then its momentum uncertainty is roughly h bar r. Kinetic energy scales like momentum squared over twice the mass. So that goes like 1 over r squared. Meanwhile, the Coulomb potential energy goes like -1 over r. Add them. At large r, the potential dominates and the energy is near 0. At very small r, the kinetic term explodes positively. So there is a sweet spot where total energy is minimized. That is the rough story behind atomic stability. Now change the number of spatial dimensions again. The electric field spreads differently. That changes the force law and therefore the potential. In d dimensions, the force scales like 1 over radius to the d minus 1. The potential then scales like 1/r circumflex d2 for d2. 2 dimensions are special because the potential becomes logarithmic rather than a simple power law. Here is the punchline. When d increases, the attractive potential becomes more singular at short distances. It drops faster as you approach the nucleus, but the uncertainty-driven kinetic pressure still scales like 1r squared in the basic estimate. The competition shifts. In 3 dimensions, the balance is healthy. In 4 dimensions, the attraction becomes too strong near the origin. The minimum can disappear or move toward collapse, depending on the details of how you generalize the laws. And in many treatments, higher dimensions destroy the familiar, stable, bound state structure. The electron is pulled inward too aggressively. The shells you rely on for chemistry stop behaving the way they do here. Again, 2 dimensions are weirdly borderline. The logarithmic potential changes the story. Some bound states can exist, but other pieces of physics start to behave strangely. Even if you can arrange a stable atom, the rest of the world is not guaranteed to cooperate. So, with planets and atoms, we have a pattern. 3 dimensions support a wide range of stable, long-lived structures. 4 or more tend to create collapse problems for inverse power forces. 2 might survive, but it comes with oddities. Now we reach a deeper reason, and this one is less about pictures and more about consistency. It involves quantum field theory, the tool we use to describe particles and forces at a fundamental level. Here is the weird thing about quantum field theory. A particle is not just a little bead moving along a line. In the quantum view, every path contributes. Every interaction that is allowed can occur as a fleeting virtual process. An electron can emit a photon and later absorb it. That photon can briefly fluctuate into particle pairs and recombine. And then the electron keeps going, carrying the scars of those possibilities. When we calculate a measurable quantity, such as how an electron moves or scatters, we sum over contributions from all possible internal processes. In practice, this means we evaluate integrals over momenta and energies across a vast range, including extremely high momenta, and that is where trouble shows up. Many of these integrals diverge. They blow up to infinity. At first, infinity sounds like failure, but physics found a workaround. In many theories, the infinities have a structured form. You can absorb them into a finite set of parameters. You redefine the mass, the charge, and a few other constants in a controlled way. You then fix those constants by measurement. After that, the theory makes real predictions. That process is called renormalization. The basic idea is not that infinities are fine. The idea is that the bare parameters you call are not directly measurable. Only the renormalized combinations are. If the infinities can be contained with a finite number of redefinitions, you still have a predictive theory. But here is the catch. Whether this works depends strongly on the number of space-time dimensions. Dimensionality controls how badly integrals diverge at high momentum. It also controls the mass dimensions of couplings, which tells you whether interactions grow or shrink at short distances. In 4 space-time dimensions, which is 3 dimensions of space plus 1 of time, the standard model is built out of interactions that are renormalizable by power counting. Gauge couplings and the Higgs quartic coupling can be dimensionless in that setting. That matters. Dimensionless couplings are the sweet spot for renormalizability. You can organize divergences, absorb them into a finite set of counterterms, and move on. Change the number of dimensions, and the bookkeeping changes. A dimensionless coupling may acquire dimensions. If the coupling has a negative mass dimension, the interaction becomes non-renormalizable in the traditional sense. You do not just get one kind of divergence. You get an endless tower of divergences that demand an endless list of counterterms. Each one comes with a new parameter that must be measured. If you need infinitely many measurements to define your theory, the prediction collapses. The theory stops being a sharp machine and becomes a loose catalog. This is why the dimension of space-time is so central to quantum field theory. The renormalizability of the interactions depends on it. So when you ask, could the standard model work in a different number of dimensions? The common answer is, not in the same way. You can build quantum field theories in other dimensions, yes, but the specific structure of the standard model, as the renormalizable gauge theory we know, is tuned to 4 space-time dimensions. There is a nuance here. People sometimes say, in other dimensions, you get infinitely many infinities. That is too dramatic as a blanket statement. There are renormalizable theories in other dimensions, including super renormalizable ones in lower dimensions. And there are non-perturbative tricks in special cases. But the core idea remains. The balance that makes our familiar particle physics predictive is tightly connected to dimensionality. The set of interactions that behave nicely changes when the dimension changes. So this becomes a powerful argument for why 3 spatial dimensions are special. It is not just that planets might fall in. It is that the entire framework we use for fundamental forces, with the observed particle content and interaction types, is deeply linked to living in 3 spatial dimensions. Gravity, the force that shapes the cosmos, is the odd one out. If you try to quantize general relativity in the same perturbative way, you run into non-renormalizability in 4 space-time dimensions. The Newton constant has a negative mass dimension in 4 dimensions. That is a classic warning sign. It tells you the theory needs an infinite set of higher order terms as you push to higher energies. Does that mean gravity cannot be quantum? No. It means the naive approach fails. Many physicists treat general relativity as an effective field theory at low energies. Others explore new structures, such as asymptotic safety and string theory. The point here is not to solve quantum gravity in a sentence. The point is that renormalization arguments are sensitive to dimension, and gravity's behavior highlights that sensitivity. So we now have 3 big threads. First, long-lived solar systems are hard to maintain in higher dimensions under simple force laws. Second, stable atoms and chemistry face similar pressure when you change dimension. Third, the internal consistency and predictive power of our best quantum theory of particles and forces depends strongly on the dimensional setting. And the standard model's nice behavior is tied to 4 space-time dimensions. But there is one more ingredient that often gets ignored, and it is my favorite because it sounds almost philosophical while still being math. Complexity. Even if you had stable orbits and stable atoms, you still need rich dynamics. You need systems that can store information, evolve, adapt, and build structure. That often means nonlinear behavior. Sometimes it means chaos. Now, chaos is one of those words that people use loosely. In physics and math, chaos has a technical meaning. It involves sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Tiny differences grow over time until prediction becomes impossible in practice. The classic butterfly effect idea comes from this. Here is the surprise. Continuous time chaos requires a minimum dimensionality. in a continuous dynamical system, if your state space is only two-dimensional, you cannot get a strange attractor. You can get fixed points, you can get limit cycles, you can get some kinds of complex-looking motion, but genuinely strange attractor chaos is ruled out under broad conditions.
This is linked to the Poincaré-Bendixson theorem, which restricts the possible long-term behavior of two-dimensional Koth long-term.
So, in a two-dimensional space, many systems would have less room for chaotic richness, at least in the continuous time sense. You could still have complex behavior in discrete systems. You could have chaos in maps. The logistic map is a famous example, and it can be chaotic with a single variable updated step by step. But if your fundamental physics is smooth time evolution, then two-dimensional state spaces are too cramped for the kind of chaos we associate with rich natural complexity. 3 changes everything. The moment you move to three-dimensional flows, chaotic attractors become possible. The Lorentz system is the poster child.
It is a set of 3 coupled differential equations that began as a simplified model of atmospheric convection.
And it produced this butterfly-shaped attractor that never repeats and never settles, yet stays bounded. That was a shock. It showed that deterministic equations can generate unpredictable long-term behavior purely because of the geometry of the flow in a three-dimensional state space. So 3 dimensions open the door to chaos in continuous time systems. And chaos, when balanced, can be a source of complexity. It can help create diversity of outcomes. It can amplify small differences into meaningful variety. But it is also dangerous.
Too much chaos can destroy structure.
So the story becomes a balancing act. Now imagine increasing the number of dimensions again. In high-dimensional systems, chaos becomes easier to produce. There are more directions for instabilities to grow. There are more ways trajectories can twist and fold. That does not mean higher dimensions equal impossible. It means the world may become more turbulent in a deep way. The challenge is to get complexity that is rich but not overwhelming. You want dynamics at the edge, not dynamics that instantly shred any stable pattern.
So in this 4th thread, 3 dimensions again looks like a sweet spot.
2 is too orderly in continuous time. 4 and above may be too unstable. 3 is where chaos can exist, but it is not automatic everywhere. It can be localized. It can coexist with stable islands. It can be tuned. That is exactly the kind of environment where complexity can bloom without being instantly erased. At this point, you might be thinking, okay, so 3 dimensions seem lucky. And yes, that is the feeling.
But notice what we've really done.
We have not proven that a 2-dimensional or 7-dimensional universe is logically impossible. We have shown something more practical and more grounded. Many key ingredients of the world we see rely on 3 dimensions working together with our force laws and our quantum framework. Remove a dimension and you reduce the degrees of freedom. Forces look different. Potentials look different. Field theories behave differently. The kinds of long-term motion you can get change.
Add dimensions, and you change how influences spread, how bound states work, and how divergences behave.
It is not just one thing that breaks. Multiple independent pillars start wobbling. There is also a subtle point people miss. When physicists say, in d dimensions, the force law becomes 1 over r to the d minus 1, they are not just making it up. That is tied to how flux spreads with geometry. It assumes the same kind of conservation and locality you are used to. If you change more than one assumption, you might get different results. You could imagine bizarre worlds with different laws that still allow stable structures.
But then you are not just changing dimensions.
You are changing the whole rulebook. So if your question is, why do we live in 3 dimensions with these laws? Then these stability and consistency arguments become compelling. They tell you 3 dimensions are not arbitrary. It is a configuration where many constraints align. But if your question is, why does the universe exist with these laws at all? Then we are drifting into deeper territory. The honest answer is that we do not know. We can map the consequences. We can identify the specialness.
We can show that 3 dimensions support stable atoms, stable solar systems, predictive quantum field theory, and the right kind of chaotic complexity.
But why the universe selected this option is still an open mystery. And maybe that is the right place to land, not with a smug physics wouldn't work, but with a more interesting thought. Physics works the way it does because it evolved in a three-dimensional arena. 3 dimensions are not just the stage, it could be part of the script. So the next time you walk across a room, notice what is hidden in that simple act. You can move left and right. You can move forward and back. You can move up and down. That third option is not just convenience. It might be the thin line between a universe with atoms, stars, chemistry, weather, life, and memory, and a universe that either freezes into simplicity or collapses into instability.
Alright, well, here we go. Tuning in here. That has to be better. Alright guys, well thanks for sticking along with me today. We got through a lot of news, and I'm just going to be playing the game, maybe even change to Skyrim. We'll see how I feel. I gotta eat dinner.
Let me just say this. If you ever get it in your head to screw me over, I will gut you with this here song, string your entrails up like Christmas trees. Nothing personal.
You need a hand? I have 4 of them. My name is Thank you for your patronage. A sharp knife is a happy knife. Order up. My parents wanted me to be an auto dog. Any special requests?
Yeah, I gotta go pick up some groceries. I'll be back.
My kitchen. Use of a fork and strictly prohibited.
Like, from the car and stuff. I'll be right back.
to provide premium cups of tea. provide premium cuts of meat. Any special request? My parents wanted me to be an auto doc. The food is safe. Just mind the color. There are no seconds in my kitchen. Commencing butchering protocol. The most important meal of the day is the one I serve you. Do I need a hairnet for my mustache? Stew? No, my name is Bob. Commencing butchering protocol. Oops, that wasn't meat. kitchen. There are no seconds in my kitchen. Thank you for your patience. seconds in my kitchen. Thank you for your patronage. But you want some Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat. Oops, that wasn't meat. There are no seconds in my kitchen. Order up. Do not worry. The knives are sanitized. Use of a spot lighter is strictly prohibited. Sometimes life Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat. Do I need a hairless mustache? Use of a plastic lighter is strictly prohibited. Do not worry. The knives are sanitized. Everything. There are no seconds in my kitchen. You need a hand? I have 4 of them. Oh! Any special request? A sharp knife is a happy knife. Do I need a hand? Mustache. Oh! Thank you for your patronage. Order up. There are no seconds in my kitchen. Do not worry. The knives are sanitized. There are no seconds in my kitchen. Enjoy this meal. You never know. Bob is here to provide premium nourishment. Do not worry. The knives are sanitized. Be pleased.
Someone's buying my ammo.
Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat.
Okay, so that dude just spent like way too much money at my base, so I went over there and gave him everything that I earned in the last 2 hours. It's only been 2 hours, and so yeah, hopefully he wasn't like stocked up like on extra caps or something, and I like wasted it. But I'm assuming he wasn't because he was a low level. Cat. Yeah. What's the deal?
Here our new tenants have set up a clinic. As if we needed all of these diseases infecting our air. Not that I breathe it in.
Listen well. 3 pyres have been placed throughout the Wise One's home. Their light is a vital catalyst to our ritual. The dim ones have attempted to contain our light. Destroy their vines encircling each pyre before we proceed. Each pyre is attended by a Wise One's observer. Only when the vines have been destroyed will the observers instruct you on your next task. Hurry now, children. His patience does not run as deep as his wisdom. The ritual sites have been prepared. The summoning shall commence once each of the pyres has been lit. Go, ignite the flames as I release the dust of our wise one into the air. The flames of our pyres ignite the moth dust. It offers enlightenment.
Putting away the groceries, guys.
Brief it may be. Breathe,
Ate dinner?
children. Breathe. See the world now through his eyes, children. Let the dust and flames and fumes fill you. Let it soak into your throats. Let it show you the truth. But prepare yourselves, for the heretic Jinn ones will be enraged by this vision. The reality of our wise one will send them into a frenzy. You must protect our sacred lights, the powers from those wretched fiends. Without the fire's glow, our guest may refuse our invitation. The dim ones approach the church. Slay them, children. Offer no quarter.
Good kills, guys. I got a Mothman. Yo, the Mothman's an insect, bro. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was a cryptid.
Here waits our signal. Quickly, children. Return to me upon the museum's rooftop. We must invite him to us to show him our love and our gratitude. Dance, sing, shout, expel bile from your gut, show emotion, show hear us, wise one. Come unto us. That expansion you feel in your wise Mothman. You have accepted our invitation. We are meager insects. Come, children. Allow the wise one to gaze.
I honestly didn't think I was gonna make it through. Like, I honestly thought that I was gonna lag out.
Wisdom.
Neurotoxic dust. I gotta save that, bro. That's cool.
enjoy this meal. You never know. Why did that tell us my moustache? Do not worry. The knives are medical. Commencing butchering protocol. Enjoy this meal. You never know. A sharp knife is a happy knife. My parents want me to be an auto dog. The food is safe. Don't mind the color. Commencing butchering protocol.
just want to use you to further my own goals, I may be starting to like you. Now, I don't want you thinking your pal Rose is going soft on you, so let me just say this. If you ever get it in your head to screw me over, I will gut you with this here song string your entrails up like Christmas Tuesday. Nothing personal.
Okay, so let's do a let's build. We're gonna do an inspired build from Fallout New Vegas, and I'm gonna try to build something from there in here eventually, because I know there's a few caves that I like in there, and I'm not sure if there's something that I can recreate at this point. Obviously gonna have to play some more Fallout New Vegas to figure out which particular cave I'm gonna want to do, but I'll redo it. But for right now, we're gonna do a let's build inspired on just some type of, like, not like a warehouse down here, because that wouldn't be realistic. Because if it's a mine shaft, in which that way leads to nothing, and that's where you come in, I kind of want to make it a full circle. So first things first, I'm going to put an exit over here, because I don't want people to walk all the way over here and have to turn around. It's annoying. I already did this light pillar. It's 3, what are they? The starlight, basically stadium lights. So I got 3 huge stadium lights down here, and I wanted to show you really quick what it would look like without lights down here. It's quite dark. Oh. I gotta get a pressure plate involved with this, or an on and off switch. That'd be nice. Alright, minimal work has been done here, as you can tell. So I don't know, I used to like to watch people build stuff and then I'll replicate it because I had no idea what I wanted to do, or maybe morph what they did and be like, okay, I like that idea, and then took it and ran with it. And so maybe I'll pay that back, because, you know, just I like inspiring creativity, and nonetheless. So let's see, I got these stars in a recent pack, and they only really look good if they're all facing the same way, because then it kind of blends. Like, otherwise it doesn't look that great. So I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that, or maybe do it for an upper floor, and then the bottom floor has to be something more easily arranged. A little high. Meaning you're gonna obviously have to need some stairs to get up here, because I don't like how, I mean, you have that invisible layer of air you're walking on, like a ramp, but if you're walking to the corner you will literally just hit it and you won't go up. So, and then if you're crouching or something, you can even get stuck sometimes if it's high enough. So I tried to avoid being able to get stuck under foundations at all, especially if, well, I mean, you're in a cave, so people get claustrophobic like that. They don't like messing around. They'll just leave, they won't see it. So I realized that you can now fish in here, and damn, that's cool. Wait, does it? I'm not seeing things, right? Like that says fish, right? Like I can. Is it because I don't have any bait, or what is this? It's just adding water. Somebody purchased my comics. So I'm gonna have to look into that. If I can or cannot fish, it doesn't make or break the build, but it's cool that you can gather water down here. That means I can do a little build about, you get what? Getting, like, shoot, like if I have crops up somewhere, like on a couple of my farms, there's one over there in the ash heap that, I mean, if you think about it, ash and coal and stuff like that, it should be able to grow stuff better, but the games don't really have biome buffs like that. But I was thinking about making that area my crop area. So relatively speaking, it's smart. I mean, the ash cuts out some radiation if the ozone isn't that great from the bombs. The soil shouldn't be that bad, and then it's by the raids, so a lot of high level people will be there. But first things first, we'll get our stuff done down here so we can show off the mine entrance, and people will come down here and be like, oh, he just got this, he's not doing anything yet, because that's what I assume they've been thinking. And I wanted to do something when I first got it, but I didn't really know. I didn't want to rush it. And I honestly wasn't sure what to do. Like, if I wanted to make this place into another area, because I used to have that here. I guess that's one thing I didn't put over here. I'll just go as a ball over here, right? I'm going as the ball, yeah. Excuse me. As you can tell, there's something going around. So this thing is also the only other thing that I haven't put down yet. And it's kind of a nice end of the line. And but I mean, it looks nice, but I don't want people to get confused, because that and that are two different things. So what I could do is just, because I was gonna put signs. Obviously it says the names of what they are. I don't really need to go out of my way to explain what they are. I was just gonna put exit, shelter, or spa, and because that's kind of what that is. But then it has a room, a trophy room, and it has my benches in there. But like, I don't know if I want to keep, maybe I could put my benches in here is what I was thinking, because at least it's like more industrial and not like in a vault where you think like I'm building this and the smoke's going into my HVAC system, and I don't know, it's just, you get what I'm trying to put down, man. Like, I'm just trying to make it as much realistic as I can. So maybe I'll get that stuff out of there and just leave my I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, hope y'all are doing good. It's almost midnight. So this is what I got. I don't know if I keep forgetting to close this, or it's just, and I have to put it out a little bit like that because I can't reach it to close it. So, yeah, that one, I could lose that, and then I don't even know how to undo that if I did that. So they really need to do an undo button for sure. So this right here is obviously a little overkill, but it was because I was trying to block like that, the power. I didn't want it to be seen at all. But then here I have like hardwired lights over here because I wanted them to be powered to where I could just be like eradicating those wires and just doing a whole simpler system. Like, it doesn't need more than 3, so I could do the tomato things and you don't even hear those generators. You just pop it on top and it makes it look like it's a part of the system and it's powering it. I think I might do that. I like how that works. Instead of like the top wires are just too much. It kind of ruins the aesthetic of the plants and the plant room. So, and I'm kind of over using that red and the blue light, but it kind of looks, it gives it good ambiance in here, I'm not gonna lie. But like, you get what I mean. Like, we need more of that color tone in the game. Alright, so here's where I originally had my extra workbenches. And I had a room you can build in here. Like, you can attach to the floor and stuff like this. And so this is what I did. I made it, for some reason you can't get under this, and when I was doing it I was too tired to undo it and raise the roof a little bit and fix it, but I can. I have plenty of room to do that. I want to be able to get under here and crouch under here, but it's not make or break, but it's just kind of like passive, right? So you're sitting here, you're reading a book, I don't know, you're just trying to hide from people you don't necessarily want to engage, because I'm an extrovert, or I'm sorry, an introvert. So like, or like when I go to bed, I want a really dark area, right? So I want to go in here and I'm like, boom, and this is like it. This is it, like, peak, bro. Look at how dark this is. And you can't even move your analog stick to move your camera. So if you want, you can turn off that light right here to, obviously I have on because I'm awake and I like it. But if I really wanted it dark, clearly I could just turn that off and then lay back down and you can still see it. It doesn't shut it off that much. So that's why it's there. It looks nice. And it just gives it more like depth of field from that wall behind it. Even though it's close and I put the paintings on there, it also gives it more depth. So that's kind of what I was trying to go for. I'm trying to make these rooms as personable as I can, be able to manipulate what the camera sees. Because like, let's say if I lay down on this side, watch that, 2 different pictures of the, see? So now I have the green area over here, and you can see the moths and the depth and the flowers. So yeah, that's all. I was just experimenting. So this is the room that I use for idea generation, experimenting. It's easy for me to just go like this over here and just go like delete, 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 and have a blank canvas on a 1x4 and like have a good decent room to be able to like make in the upper world or whatever, you know. So you're not necessarily, you have a trial area to see what looks good. Don't want to, you know, make people think you have no idea how to build. No, it's just like, honestly, like I said, sometimes I just wanted a nice bedroom too. So there's that. So that's why it hasn't changed. Although it's due. It's nothing special really anymore, but it's just, I like the doors. I like how I got it in this section in front. Like, I could just move a base and put down that and a sign that says, you know, like down there, like, what is it? Vendor in or whatever, or hide my vendor and make them go in there to use it. Cause like, I think you can hide a vendor inside of like a crate at this point, and then they wouldn't know where it is. So they would just give up and go inside, clearly knowing that you're trolling them to go in there and check your little thing out, because nobody likes to go in those little things. But if they're there for your vendor, then maybe you can trick them and be like, oh, look at this. He doesn't need all that up top, alright? No, you don't. But like, you need to know how to build, bro. So here we go. I hope you learn how to build on my channel. And I think I'm going to knock off the VIP 007 on the end and give me some more build space. probably that'd be nice, because at this point I think you can just search that Clifford and then space it out a little by one, and then Johnston, and then obviously make it more legible. Like that was the old sign. Like I'm gonna make it a new one now. And yeah, update some things. I like how they made the poster board available. There's that white poster board on the shop. It's like a billboard. I was considering getting it, but it's just a little expensive for me. For white canvas, as you can tell, I have made do with what I have, and I don't necessarily like buying something specifically just because it's a white canvas. I mean, come on, unless there's a way I could paint it, that would be dope, then I would do it, but I nonetheless wouldn't, probably, because I need to be able to have the pinpoint of a mouse, and you guys aren't allowing mouse and keyboard apparently on something like Xbox yet, so even though plenty of other games are allowing this. And you have a PC version of this game, so I don't know why you just don't figure that out for your people. I don't know if I shouldn't have to go get a modifying thing that plugs in and acts like a controller, and then I plug in my keyboard and mouse and lie to you guys. Shouldn't have to do that. But like if I did have a keyboard and mouse, I would definitely like to draw in like Paint or something, like MS Paint or something, Microsoft Paint, do something. I mean, it's not like the end of the world or anything. I mean, you shouldn't just give us everything. Like, make us make this stuff. Like, company team. I was looking for the plan to make this. Now, I had to buy it. I have no idea why, but I had to buy it. pet cake, need an item. I'm so happy about this pet thing. Who decided to do that? I want to shake their hand. Man, alright. Let's see. I'm going to put my teas up. We're going to do my sunsets. We have plenty of spots now. Okay, these I gotta say, I wanna at least get one cap. Alright, and this one will get the most. Oh my god! What have you done?
Any special request? Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat. The food is safe. Just find the cup. Still. So, my name is Bob. Do I need a help, Josh? Order up. Do not worry. The knives are sanitized. Be pleased. Use them up. We bring it in. Enjoy this meal. You never know. Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat. The most important meal of the day is the one I serve. Use them up. Off the titles. Be broken it. The food is safe. Just find the cup. A sharp knife is a happy knife. Do not worry. The knives are sanitized. A sharp knife is a happy knife. Commencing butchering protocol. Where's my Butcher Bob is not responsible for any problems that Enjoy this meal. You never know. Another. Do I need a helmet? Enjoy this meal. You never know. Order up. You need a hand? I have 4 of them. Four knives means 4 times the efficiency. Enjoy this meal. You never know. Order up.
Bros, 1,606 or 1,266. 268. So, I want to be exceedingly clear that, where is it? That thing right there, burning night, is what's causing this right here. The Aurora Borealis is normally only in Burning Springs, but when it dropped, I think it was like 1,500 or something like that, and like if you were Fallout first, you got a discount. But you could put that as your camp, bro, and I did. I got it. It's amazing, and it goes with this so well. Because it glows in the dark, right? Basically, right? If I'm not mistaken, like it doesn't charge more when more lights on it or anything, but that would be cool if it did. And yeah, or Twinkle. Of course, I can understand the RAM problems. But yeah, one day, right? One day. But yeah. This is definitely, if I put this, let's see where we go in. Oh, one, oh, freaking that's one off, come on, man. I hate when it does that. Yeah. So I let my phone charge for a sec. And so you see how it's like not as dark and it's in a cave? Notice that. Well, let's see if this fixes it. Apparently not. So this is as dark as it's gonna get, I guess. Well, might as well throw a Mothman thing in here just for the times, huh? Mothman event. Alright, so let me hop on there and get this buff, and I'm assuming that this is as dark as it's gonna get. It's already pretty dark in here, not gonna front. It doesn't really need it. I was just curious if it did, because then, I mean, you could really turn it into a weird, like, super dark place, like, if you think about that, but you can't even put that down, which is like, and you could, like, you literally don't see this hue. I'm not able to. It's because it's not capturing my screen. I can't even show my mouse right now. I don't want to do that. So, right here. I'm not able to move my. Right here. Something's up. There we go. Right here. The aura. Like, you don't see that outside. You don't even see that anymore in the dark. I want you to notice that. See, like, notice how much it is, even in here, with the lights off? Like, look at this. Like, you'd think it'd be pitch dark, right? No, not even close. It's more darker in this corner than it is over there, and I don't understand. I guess they did that to try to help let you build, but, I mean, there's no light. Where is it coming from? Like, that's what I mean, we need to address these things. So hopefully this pops me back up in my treehouse. No, it's the entrance. At least it just teleports you back to the beginning. I thought it would like exit you out at the treehouse. And clearly, since I don't have a big exit, a big shelter exit, it's gonna just throw me up in my clubhouse. I hope it'll just do that. My treehouse, my tree clubhouse.
Parents wanted me to be an auto doc.
Yeah, nice. It just does. It puts me right here. And then you see welcome home. All right, that's cool. That's reality. I mean, that's neat. All right.
Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat.
Wow, that should have been full. I'm just gonna throw it on junk if it's doing that.
It's a happy knife.
That way it just appears. I don't know what's taking its time. But yeah, so the sun's almost out and you can see it now, but like if the sun's not out, then you can't see it. Taking us to the stream too, babe. Well, it's because my phone's just logged though. Like this is still recording for the stream.
No,
like,
I know.
It's acting like it's a video.
Okay, well, good night.
She'll be up bright and early with the dog. You might see her if I leave it on.
I mean, she needed a nap. She wanted herself. She's so comfortable. She is
Right. Well, I'm just grabbing ammo and making bases.
she's like by the window, just a little bit and stuff. She was way too. She was like, I mean, her whole body was, and that's just what she is. And I couldn't even can't do it.
That's not good. Wow. Okay. Well, my sound's not working on my headphones. I guess I'm gonna see if it's on the stream. I'll be the verdict at that point.
Enjoy this meal. You never know. this meal. You never know. Bob is here to provide premium cuts of meat. There are no seconds in my kitchen. Stew? No, my name is Bob.
You get it out of here. Get it out of here.
to regret. My name is my name is commencing butchering protocol. Oh.
helicopter flew over probably about 11:45, and now it flew back over at 1:06. So, yeah. Oh. put some paintings down there now.
food is safe. Don't mind the color. Put your box up comfortably on the use. There are no seconds in my kitchen. You need a hand? I have 4 of them. There are no seconds in my kitchen.
Like I was saying, you can't see at night. You can't see that halo around the stars. It's gone. And I love it. Look at them all. It's pure black. I wish they had this in the cave. You can't see in front of your face. This is what I mean. Like, they need to freaking do this somehow. Put it on the painting. Give it to us on the painting. Why does it have to be like a changed weather mod? I gotta fix this screen pretty soon.
your boss is not responsible for any commentary. A sharp knife is a happy knife. My parents wanted me to be an auto dog. The food is safe. Just mind the color.
I'll be straight with you. I think we're past the point where I just want to use you to further my own goals. I may be starting to like you. Now, I don't want you thinking your pal Rose is going soft on you, so let me just say this. If you ever get it in your head to screw me over, I will gut you with this here song, string your entrails up like Christmas trees. Nothing personal.
enjoy this meal. You never know. Any special requests? Order up! Food is safe. Just mind the color. You need a hand? I have 4 of them. Use of a lost miner is strictly prohibited. Yeah, to provide premium cuts of meat. Oh, oh. Enjoy this meal. Don't worry, the knife off at a time. You need a hand? I have more of them. Oops, that wasn't meat. The most important meal of the day is the one I serve you. Stew? No, my name is Bob. Do I need a hand? My mustache. Commencing butchering protocol.
never had one actually attack me in my camp before. Bitboy's never unavailable. What the fuck is happening? I'm gonna actually have to grab some stems for this. I actually got it with my electric. bro. Came in with a save. Fucking good job. Like, how is that one not having a good day? That was quite a fucking struggle, actually. I was up there getting it from my porch, apparently. It wasn't even doing that much damage. Oh! Boy, he's dead. Yo. That was out of this world. Did we kite it all the way over here? Is that what that was? I don't know. But it would have went down one way or another. Black Emperor, that's alright, black rice.
most important meal of the day is the one I serve you. in my kitchen. Enjoy this meal. Oh. The food is safe. Just find the Enjoy this meal. My parents wanted me to be an auto dog. Attention citizens, nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Alright, folks, we're still building. We're gonna figure this out. One way or another. You know? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.